Hey everyone, how are y'all? Mariah, how are you? All right, give me just 1 second, y'all. Hey Betty Joe, how are you? Sorry, I'm late. Kittens decided they wanted to run through the house and tear something up, and we had to clean it up real quick. Evie, how are you? Hey Angie, how are you? Hey Jan. Elliot, how are you tonight? Princess Megan, how are you? Hey Libra Moon. Marina, how are you? Angie, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Dub. Michelle R, how are you tonight? All right, emails pinned at the top of the chat. Sunset Gazing, how are you? Hey Kelly P, how are you? Avery, how are you? Dennis, why are you confused? Nomad Life, how are you? Nomad Life, yes. Tomorrow's the deadline for the Alibi. KKMG, how are y'all? Hey Stevie. No, I done put the wrong command in here. All right, y'all be sure to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Elizabeth, how are you? I hope he doesn't say he was doing a study on new forms of body piercing. Sure, you might not buy it. Agape Love, how are you? Thank you, Betty Joe. All right, I need to do a poll real quick before I forget.
Hello.
Lady, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Miss Scarlett?
Doing good. You feeling better?
A little bit. I'm still hurting pretty bad, but I'm okay.
Hopefully, you get to feeling better soon.
Yeah, I hope so. Did you get finished moving your daughter yet?
No, we're still cleaning.
Oh, I was worried about you last night. I'm like, she got to be exhausted.
Oh no, I had sat down to start to schedule the live, and we kind of had like a minor emergency,
Uh-oh.
and so I couldn't schedule it. I couldn't do a post or anything. We had to leave right then.
Is
And
everybody okay?
yeah, everybody's fine. It was just a bunch of nonsense, honestly.
Mm.
Let's
Well,
see
I'm
what we
glad
have.
everybody's all right. Hi, Betty Joe. Hi, Christy.
Hello.
How are y'all?
Christy was showing
Oh,
Christy was showing her body off at the pool today.
uh-oh.
She looks sexy.
And Christy, you're still breaking up. Oh,
Yeah.
You know, I don't get that. She's absolutely fine on her channel.
I don't know why it's doing that. That's
Well,
crazy. It's
Brian.
never done that over here before until just here recently.
Hey, hi, Willie. Hey, you know,
Well,
I was watching this CLR Bryan something or other. He's an attorney,
Uh-huh.
and I was watching him on Sarah Boone, and he said something kind of related to your poll here. He was saying that the best scenario is if you can get a hold of your client before they open their mouth to keep their mouth closed, and only when they get on stand, if people hear what they have to say, hear the story.
Right.
That's like the perfect scenario. So maybe that's what Brian's doing.
Is it CLR Bruce River? Is that the name of
Yeah.
it? Okay,
Yeah.
Elliot put it in the chat. I've never heard of him before.
Bruce
I
River,
haven't
the
either.
criminal lawyer.
Yeah, I watched him.
I just ran
He's funny
across
as
him.
hell.
He is. He's hilarious. I just ran across him today on the Sarah Boone thing, and I was like, I do like him. He's funny.
Unless it's the one that it may be the one I'm thinking about because I can't. There is one that he has a hat that says "Stop self snitching" or something like that. That if that's not
Yeah.
him, is that
Is that
him?
him?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
I know who you're
He
talking
said
about.
it's. I think he says he's going to react to all the self snitching.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Funny.
all right.
I liked him.
He's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
I would definitely want him as my lawyer.
No kidding.
Hey Kim, how are you? Because he wait. What did Big Al say? I'll let you know. Won't take. Wait, Big Al. What won't take long? Did I miss a comment? Hold on. I asked him how he was doing.
Oh,
That may be what he's talking about. But he covered a lot of the Millie case, the YNW Millie case,
mm-hmm.
and that's where I ran across him at.
Yeah, I thought he was funny.
What's going on with that boy now? Is he out or is he? They gonna
No,
retry him?
they declared a mistrial yesterday.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
So what are they going to do now?
They'll retry him.
Redo it?
Yeah, they'll retry him. I believe
Jesus.
it's 90 days. I believe it's when they're supposed to come back.
Yeah.
So what happens if it happens again?
They'll
I
just
don't
keep
know.
retrying him.
Yeah, I mean the judge can dismiss the case
Yeah.
in a mistrial, but as of right now, they're supposed to come back in 90 days. So
Damn.
I know the prosecutor. I didn't like her. She was. I
And
don't
he has
know.
to sit, and now he has to sit in jail for that 90 days.
And yeah, because I don't think they're going to give him a bond to let
Damn.
him out
Yeah. Where is it
He'll
at?
get
What
time
state?
served.
in Florida.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get a bond.
So
Damn,
all I
he
know,
goes, damn, that's crazy.
yeah, because they came back. The jury did, and then the judge told him to go back one more time and try to
Yeah.
come up with a verdict. And then if they're not, then he'll declare a mistrial. Well, then they came back yesterday, and I believe they had said something about wanting to look at one of the victims' phones. And then it wasn't long after that they were still deadlocked. They couldn't
Yeah.
make a decision. Hey, Tara. So the judge ended up
I feel
doing
like I haven't.
declaring a mistrial.
I
What is
feel
it,
like I
Marie?
haven't heard about. Sorry, I feel like I haven't heard a bunch of mistrial cases recently. Like they don't usually end in mistrials. Like to my knowledge, like in the
That's the
last at
first
least
one I've heard
couple of
of
months.
in a
I'd be
while.
pissed if I had just like sitting there for 90 days.
Well, you know,
I'm-
his co-defendant is actually out of jail.
Yeah.
He got out on bond, but they kept Melly in there.
Yeah,
Hello?
I don't understand that. I never understood that.
I
Why
didn't
he's
either.
out on bond and why he's still.
Which I didn't. Hey, Dreamcatcher, I didn't follow the case. I know just like the logistics of what happened, the basics or whatever, but I didn't like just follow it really closely. But I never understood why YNW Bortland got out. Millie had to stay in jail.
Unless he didn't do any of the like shooting.
Yeah, I
Well, that's
think
what
he
they're
was just
He
the
saying.
was just.
driver. Yeah, he
Unless
was
he
just
was
the
just.
driver. Oh, no, hold on, wait. Let me find your post or your comment, Elliot. Hold on, just 1 second. Riddler says, "Be right back, 5 to 10 minutes." Where did Elliot's comment go? Let's see. Who is he? Bruce Rivers. He's the criminal lawyer. Who is he? Bruce Rivers. Oh, his. That's his song.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a song.
Jesus.
Yep, I know who he is now. I didn't have to read it. All right, so y'all, I have a poll up. Want to know if Brian's going to provide an alibi tomorrow?
No.
Hell no. I can't vote, so no.
Okay. Betty
I
Jo
said
says
not
no.
sure. I really don't know.
Okay. Marina says not sure. Lady V, what do you think? Is Lady V still with us?
I think he's going to stay quiet.
Okay. I don't see him providing one.
Yeah, me neither.
Nope.
I think it was just a delay tactic.
That's what I think. I think he wanted it. He wanted some of that. Well, most of the evidence to see if he could build one around it,
Right.
and it didn't pan
Actually,
out.
if I were him, I would not say anything. But I can't. I'm just not sure about what he's going to do.
He's not gonna say that. He knows what he's
No,
doing.
he's not saying nothing.
I know that yesterday yesterday during the day, I couldn't get on the Idaho website. It kept telling me it was unavailable. I had to go back through the Wayback Machine to pull it up. Last night it started working, and I thought, well, maybe it's just everybody,
Trying
going to
on
it.
it.
Hey, Astro, Cammy, how are you? And then so last night it was working. Well, I got up today, and the damn thing ain't working again. And I have to go through the Wayback Machine to get it to pull up. So I'm hoping that tomorrow this thing will be working.
Yeah.
Because
So we can.
right? Because everybody's going to be on it tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Just to
Looking
find out if he
Mhm.
if he gave an alibi or not.
Right.
I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Do you think that his lawyers want him to produce an alibi? Like, obviously, it's his choice if he does produce one, but do you think the
I
lawyers are
mean,
trying to get
I'm
him
sure
No,
to, or no?
I'm sure they would want him to have a nice alibi, but
No, I don't think so. Like I said, I
you gotta
think
prove
he
it.
wanted the evidence to try to build an alibi around it, and it didn't work for him.
he doesn't have an alibi, so I
No,
think they're going to want to keep his mouth shut.
yeah.
1-2
I
said
don't
maybe
know. Just
BK will
usually,
call out sick tomorrow. Ask the judge, be like, I'm
I
sick.
just
Can I
didn't
have
know
an
because
extension? What time
usually if
tomorrow?
you sorry, if
No, you're
you
good.
have like your defense attorney, you're gonna tell them like the whole truth. Hopefully, I wouldn't know if like the defense attorney would be like, you should state this, and that. I don't know. Just curious.
Uh,
Maybe going
Vapor,
off
hey,
on
how are
more.
you? See, did you and Troll see by? No, Mariah. Girl, we have been busy this weekend, so I've got it wrote down, and I think Troll was looking for it. I don't know if he ever found it, but I haven't got to watch it yet. But since it reminded you of me, I've got to go watch this thing now.
What was it?
She said that she watched Bayou Butchers the other night and
Oh,
said that it reminded her of me because of it being in Louisiana or whatever. So I'm gonna have to
what do
go.
you think about this Claire person that came on Drunk Turkeys?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
because
Yeah.
the story sounds a lot like what Sleuthie had said that happened to
Yeah.
her. And Sleuthie came out with her story first, and then all of a sudden this woman comes out, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, this could be real, and the same thing could have happened to her, or is she just repeating what Sleuthie said happened to
Right.
her?
Right.
So I don't know. Hey Daisy, I don't know what to think of
Well,
it.
I do know something. If this dude did actually sell it for $1,000, he can get into a lot of trouble because the case is still going, and he can be convicted
For what?
Yeah,
for
he owns the property.
it. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. He's selling it to leak it.
He's not bound by
But if
Yeah,
the agreement.
he's not bound by a gag order.
What's the
but he's
crime?
interfering with a ongoing case.
Not if he already turned it over to them.
Tampering with
It's his
evidence.
property.
I don't think
Yeah,
he.
well, I know that he turned in, what was it, from 2:45 that morning to 3:15, I believe it was. And he might have turned more than that over, I don't know, but
Don't get me wrong, he's a shitty person.
Yeah.
If he sold it,
I'm
but
just saying,
there's nothing illegal about it.
Yeah,
if
it's on
it's
a
not,
gag order though.
they
Hey,
say
Big Al.
they say he sold it for $1,000, but there's no proof that he sold it for $1,000.
right. Philly, it's saying that your device is not connected. So you may have to drop out and then come back up.
Oh,
Yeah, it's allegedly
I don't know.
there was a Venmo transaction between this
Yeah.
Kane person and this person who bought it. I went and looked Kane's Venmo up, and there was only, I mean, he had several transactions, but they were by, I think, one or two people uh, over a large time period. All right,
Right.
Philly, you're up, but your camera's on. Do you want to cut it off? And I didn't see, which on Venmo you can't see the prices, but
Right.
now Philly, now it's saying your device isn't connected. Um, but if I'm not mistaken, didn't Daniel say that it was the Venmo transaction was under a different name instead of Kane's?
I can't remember what he said.
Hey Tonka.
I know he said it doesn't show the amount.
Yeah, it doesn't show that. Usually, only thing it will show is you and the person, like the two people that's involved in the transaction,
Right.
and then it will show, like if you leave a message or something like that, or emojis or whatever, it'll show that, but
Yeah.
it never shows the price. But I could have swore, but I may be wrong, but I thought I had heard Daniel say something about that the Venmo wasn't Kane's
Somebody else.
name. It was somebody else's or a different name, and he didn't want to show the email, which was I understand that.
Right, because it shows your information.
Right.
And this is in regards to the Linda Lane footage or what?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus mighty.
Yep. So allegedly, this other, not the Claire woman, but this other lady got in touch with Kane, asked if he had the footage. He sold it for $1,000 to this, I guess her name's Amber or whatever.
Yeah.
And then this Amber woman, from what I'm understanding now, that the Claire lady, she was from Scotland, and she had a really thick accent, and it was
I heard
hard to
that.
understand her. And so Daniel would have to stop the video and kind of explain, "Hey, Ashes, what was said." But
I think Philly's it back.
wait, where's he at? Okay, it keeps saying though that his device is not connected, so he's gonna have to. Let me drop the link for him again.
He has to let StreamYard.
It was doing this to him the other night. He was having problems.
I wouldn't have paid $50 for that footage.
No, I wouldn't.
I
Have
wouldn't have paid a
It
dime
doesn't
for
show
it.
a damn thing.
No,
Nothing
And-
clear.
no, it doesn't. And so this lady who bought the footage, I guess, got in touch with Claire and was telling her all about it. And I want to say she said that the Gonzalez family had it, and like the Wright people had it,
Yeah,
and all
she
this and
said-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I came in when Daniel was live doing it. I came in late on the live, so I didn't get to watch the whole thing. So when he was playing that part, like when he was doing the interview with her or whatever, I came in late on that part. So I didn't get to hear the whole thing, and I didn't back it up or anything like that. But that was my understanding of it. And it kind of sounded like the same story that Sleuthie had put out.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm saying. I didn't know if it was, yeah, it could have happened to her just like it happened to Sleuthie, or she could have just said the same story that Sleuthie said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on at all. Like, I don't know who leaked what, who sent what to who. Like, to be honest,
It's just crazy.
I don't care. To be 100% honest with you, because it
I
doesn't
just,
do anything.
I have a question. Hi Riddler. Does anybody know if this Claire woman even has a channel? I mean, all the other ones that she reached out to have channels. I mean, does this lady have a channel?
I have no
I don't know.
idea.
I don't know nothing.
I have no
I
idea.
just know she's from where? Scotland?
Yeah, she said
Scotland,
from
yeah.
Scotland.
That's all I heard was an accent.
Yeah.
Lady Claremore's Scottish accent sounds better.
But see, Lady Claymore, though, I can understand.
Yes.
Now, the Claire lady, I can understand some of what she was saying, but I'm glad that.
Very seldom.
Right. So, and I'm glad that Daniel would stop it and kind of, go over what was said or whatever. Because if it wouldn't have been for that, I wouldn't have known everything that was said. Hey, Sasha.
Yeah.
Is the panel? Yes, Sasha, we are. You may have to. Oh well, never mind. She can't hear me. Sit here just to talking to her. Hold on. She might have to go out.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm just going to wait for the trial. So whatever. That's like this now. You remember the shadow guy in the computer?
Wait, the who?
That shadow guy.
Dude.
What's his name? What's it called?
Yeah, whatever it is. The username.
Yeah, 1972.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody's bringing that back.
Yeah, I know. And I heard that he also called into another YouTube channel yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know how true that
too
is.
much.
Okay, I must have missed a whole crap ton of stuff while I was missing yesterday.
You're not the only one. I'm like, who? What?
Who is the shadow guy?
Some dude
His
looking
name
on
is
the computer.
What's his Gyro or something like that?
Django. I don't know what it is. Something.
1972. Remember he was talking about the Idaho murders when he was explaining it. He was explaining like the way they were found and blah blah whatever else.
Yeah, he was putting a lot of detail in it.
Yeah, where some people thought it was BK.
But I thought that was
actually
Papa Roger.
behind the screen.
Okay, just answered Josco.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't guess I remember that.
I don't know if you ever talked about it or not.
But then again, wait, Jocko 1972, he was the reflection in. Oh,
yeah, the reflection in the computer.
Okay, they tried to say that they thought that was the person who did the murders and all that. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Okay.
Well, now I forget where I seen it because you weren't live last night, so I was just flipping through and.
Somebody else was playing that. I believe it was either last night or and I just called it today, or it might have been on today. But somebody else had played that today, and I thought, well, damn, that's like from a long time ago.
Way back when.
There's so many crazy
narratives. When it first happened, like a couple weeks after it happened, or something like that.
Oh, Mindy said Jay. Okay, so Mindy, you're talking about Jay for Justice, right? Because I did watch some of her stuff. I watched some of hers today, so that might have been where I saw it at.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about last night. I seen it before I seen it on Jay's, because I watched Jay's today.
Okay.
But last night somebody was doing it. I can't remember who. And it's
like,
oh my God, they're bringing back all this old stuff. I mean, it's good to go over it. But,
right. Yeah, because I completely forgot about that until somebody said something about the reflection of the computer. Why is it still saying that I have one message in private chat, but I don't have a message back there? I've done. What the heck?
So there's 3 back here.
Yeah, I see all 3 of them, but it's still showing that I have one private chat message, and I've done looked at all of them.
It's not me.
I didn't do it.
It's not I.
Okay, so I see where MB posted, Philly posted, Big Al posted. That's the only 3 that I can see, but it's still showing I have one.
It's done the same thing for me. It's only 3.
Okay, well, as long as I'm not the only one that's doing it too, we're good then.
It's just glitching.
Hey, Sharon, how are you? J for Justice had someone do an overlay of BK with the guy, and it matches. I remember when that first happened, the dude in the computer, and everybody was swearing up and down it was the person who did that. And I want to say that that guy came out before the murders happened. I mean, I'm sorry, before the arrest happened, and everybody was saying that it was the person who did it.
I think it was like before BK was arrested and after he left to go back to Pennsylvania.
Okay. I remember that now.
Scarlet Riddler here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Right.
Do we know when the sheath was sent off to the lab to be tested?
I don't remember seeing a date. Hold on, let me go.
I saw Michigan in the comments earlier. Is he here?
I don't know if he's still in here or not.
Oh.
He was in here before I went live.
Yeah, I saw him.
Let me get the affidavit pulled up here. I don't think it has a date in it either of when it was sent off. Does anybody remember even seeing a date? Hey, Wilby.
Nope. I don't remember a date at
I
all.
don't remember a date
I
at
don't
all.
either. That is a good question, though. Let's see. So the sheet was mentioned 4 times in the PCA. So that's when they found it. Let's see. Okay, so the sheet was later processed, had K-Bar USMC, the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia, and stamped on the outside. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA. Suspect profile left on the button snap of the sheet. But no, it doesn't have a date with it, Riddler.
Okay, thank you for looking that up for me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Where I was going with it is Ann's trying to say that the DNA was planted on the sheath, and I don't think she means like they wouldn't intentionally planted it. It could have rubbed up against some other evidence from his apartment or something like that. That's why I was wondering what date. It should have been sent off right away.
I would think so. Like as soon as they found it, it was bagged and
should have been sent Monday. They were in the house on a Sunday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's when they discovered it.
Right.
And it should have been sent off on a Monday.
On a Monday.
Yeah. I would think so.
Like Tuesday at the latest.
Yeah, the quicker, the sooner, the better. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, "Hello, LSTC in chat. BK is Pennsylvania attorney said that BK can't wait to exonerate himself. I believe that he is going to snitch. He looks confident."
If she had anyone to snitch on, do you think he would have sat in jail this long?
No.
I don't
think so.
I don't know if he could snitch though, because that would place him there.
Yeah.
He would be snitching on himself.
Yeah. Even if he tells him somebody else right now, he's guilty.
Snitching ready to do an accessory charge.
Yeah,
yep.
Exactly.
Right. Especially waiting. It's been what now? Almost 7 months since he's been arrested. In 6 weeks before, after the murders happened, he was arrested. So
8 months.
So yeah,
it'll be 8 months.
If he held on to something that long, hey Carol, yeah, they'd be like, why haven't you already come forward with that information? And I think that he would have some explaining to do, like, how do you know this?
It'll be 8 months.
Max, how are you? It
Get
doesn't
off
seem
the
like it's been
refrigerator.
that long.
Get down.
Yeah, in August it'll be 8 months. I got my months going together here.
Yeah, because what, the 30th of this month will
It'll
be
be
7
7.
months?
Yeah.
Philly, yeah, it's open. Hold on, I'll put the link back up for you. Yeah, my allergies are killing me tonight.
So basically, his DNA was on the button before he went into the house. Correct?
Don't know.
And I mean, because
I'm assuming.
the only other thing I can think of is if it wasn't, like if he went into
If he
the
took
house
his gloves off
yeah, he would have had to have taken his glove off in the
and he
house and
touched the
unsnapped
leather.
it.
Yeah, but you have to put your thumb on the leather part to unsnap that
If
thing.
he had
I
gloves
always,
at all.
I always.
Right.
But if he
thought
didn't
it
have
was
gloves on,
there
then
before.
there'd be more DNA
I'm not
in the
saying
leather.
he didn't, and I'm not saying he did. We don't know.
Well, no, I'm just assuming he wiped it or something before he went there, and that's
Yeah, I think it was on there before he went in.
And he
I
just
think-
didn't wipe it off good.
Yeah.
Right.
As good as he thought,
I
anyway.
think
Right.
it came in the mail and he sat and played with it like the sick, twisted fellow he is.
well. The
I
reason I'm
believe
saying
that.
that is
Thank you, Big
because
Al.
if
You know
it
he
didn't get
fantasized.
on, if it didn't get on the sheath while he was inside the home, or there's no other DNA of him inside the home, then you can't 100%
But
put him
Willie,
in the
we
home.
don't know if there's
Well, I'm
any of
saying right now, from
in
what we know,
in
we can 100% put him in the home if the DNA was on the sheath beforehand.
I mean, we don't really know anything yet, so
But we
'Cause I
No,
do.
we
just-
We
can't.
know
We
a bunch of
can't,
stuff.
Willie. We can't. You're absolutely right. And I don't think he took his glove off because
I don't think he
that
was wearing.
looks like it was the first place he went, and those stinking gloves are hard to get back on. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think he was wearing any.
If he took his gloves off, his DNA be all over the handle.
Thank you.
yeah.
Well, I mean, he has the knife, so we won't.
And the sheath.
Yeah, his hand
You grab
it'd
the
be all
sheath.
over.
You pull the knife out. Now your hands on that leather
It'd
part.
be all over the knife. It'd be all over the sheath.
Yep.
I mean,
Scarlett, looking back, chat, hun.
Yeah, I'm looking.
glove on.
Billy, can you hear us okay?
Hey, good. So I had a totally random question, and
Okay.
I don't know if you guys already talked about this, but what do you think about what his connection was to those girls? Like, do you think that he partied at that house or just randomly saw those girls at a bar or whatever?
According to Ann Taylor, he don't know them girls. He has no connection to them.
There's no connection to them. Well, it says that there's no connections to the victims. Now, they didn't say that there was no connection to anybody in the house, so that the way they wrote it, no connection part would exclude Dylan and Bethany.
Okay. I was just
That's
curious.
hard to
'cause-
believe, but
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like a small area, small town, right?
Right.
Probably everybody knows everybody in
yeah.
in that college town, but at the same time, man, I'm just having trouble thinking that they have any proof that he had any connection to them and that he was at that location.
Yeah.
You know?
Which again, you obviously don't need a connection or motive for this, but it helps.
Yeah, you're right.
All right,
It
yeah, give me
helps.
just 1 second. I'm fixing to
Especially in a
bring.
death penalty case like this.
I mean,
right.
unless they have social media stuff that we haven't
hello?
seen.
Hello?
Jacob, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes. How old are you?
I am 16. Why?
Okay. I cannot allow you on my panel because this is for only 18 and above. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's starting young too.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, Jacob. This is adult content only.
Come back and see us in 2
I would
years.
have had to watch my mouth.
Yeah, right.
Come back and see us in 2 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, come back
can't.
in 2.
I would have loved to hear what he had to say.
As soon as he said hello, I knew. I was like, oh,
I was
shit.
like, oh crap.
How did she know?
Scarlett's not playing, yo.
Hell no.
He's trying to protect him,
Hey,
okay?
you know, Scarlett.
Yeah, I
But,
I
like, I'm
can't.
18.
I can't have anybody under 18 up here.
Did I mention that I'm hiring for a bouncer? You come
You're
on down
hiring
and
for
work.
what?
Come on up and work anytime you want, girl. I'm hiring
Who?
for a bouncer. I need someone to check IDs.
Me?
Yeah.
I would get in trouble. I wouldn't last long.
You're doing a better job than half the people that work for me already.
Big L's like, yo, my restaurant's booming. I need fucking
Aww.
people to check out these.
He should have had the 18 answer ready. He should have had it ready.
Did you see what he wrote him back?
Yeah.
That was so cute.
What did he write?
He just put damn, all right.
And then he said, okay, hang on.
He's 16. That says damn I, not damn all right.
Well, whatever. whatever. Yeah.
Well, he'll have to come back in 2 years. That's all.
Right.
Great.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says the only connection that I can think of is that BK could have been stalking Xana's sister, Yasmin. I heard that the victims went to a wine bar near BK. Now, I do know that there is some pictures of Kaylee, and if I'm not mistaken, Maddie. It's either Maddie or Xana over at WSU, and they were, I guess, at a friend's house or whatever. So I'm wondering if maybe he might have saw them over there or something.
That's a good possibility.
Or like Huda said, it could have been he could have seen them at a wine bar that they went to.
Yeah.
Because it would have.
And he just said, "I'm going to kill him."
I mean,
yeah,
you got psychos out there.
Okay.
Why do you think that's not? That's exactly what Dennis Schrader did.
I don't know. I'm trying to make it make sense.
It's a vegan
Willie,
thing,
You're
right?
not, you know what? You're not going to be able to make sense of it because you don't have their mind. These
You don't have
people
a-
don't
yeah,
think
exactly.
like
That's
we
what I'm
do.
saying. Like it's.
You don't have a mind of a killer.
No,
shit.
these guys don't think the same, man. Their brain is
Exactly.
wired differently. I mean, it's been proven that these guys' brains are just wired differently, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
Did we ever find out Xana's brother how old he is?
He was young.
Yeah, I think he's still a teenager.
yeah, I believe so. I believe
I think he's a younger teenager.
yeah, he's not. I don't even think he's 18 yet.
Well, somebody said in chat several weeks ago when we were talking about, because I had completely forgot that she had a younger brother, and I was thinking it was just her and Yasmin.
Yeah,
And-
that's what I thought.
And somebody had said no,
Yeah.
that she had a younger brother, and I want to say they said 15.
Yeah, he was like
that.
younger.
15, 16.
Yeah.
And I want to say somebody, because I don't even want to say its name, but I know somebody had put it in the chat. But when they said his name, then I thought of, okay, yeah, I had heard that.
Yeah. I don't.
Kara is sober. Oh, that is good, Ava. I'm happy for her. Hey, Beckles. Too fast. How are you?
What do you want to bet he never makes that mistake again? He's from now on that kid's going to be 18.
I mean, at least he didn't lie.
Yes.
Yeah, at least he was honest.
Right. We got to give him that. You couldn't have gotten past the sound of the voice.
No,
Like,
there was no way. I was like, how old is this kid?
Hey, gotta give him credit. He tried.
He did. I would have loved to hear. I would have loved to hear what he had to say.
There's nothing better when they walk up to the bar with a voice like that, but they've got a full beard.
Yeah.
Right?
They're like, I'll have a White Claw. You're like, yeah, no, you won't. Here's your Shirley Temple. Go sit down and shut up.
That's hilarious.
Big Al, now you know why I run into problems when I'm trying to meet chicks at bars. Because they all have beards.
Oh, that's
All
well.
that beer.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm sorry.
Huda, I don't remember a picture. Okay, so Huda said, do you remember in the beginning of the incident, someone showed pictures of Kaylee in that bar in Pullman? I don't remember that picture, but I do remember the pictures of her at a friend's house in Pullman. They were out on the balcony of looked like apartments.
I was gonna say I can't see any pictures, so can't help you there.
But then again, I might have seen it, and I just don't remember because there's been so much that we've seen throughout this case since the very beginning. Which
So I had another random question. I'm sorry.
No,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
cut you off.
You're good.
Sorry, Scarlett.
You're good.
So do you guys think that all three of those girls were on some kind of Facebook group
Probably.
where
Maybe for like the Moscow area, you mean?
yeah,
Or just like any type of Facebook
any
group?
any type of group, like either in the Moscow area or just like within a 15-mile radius of where they
100%.
all live.
I would think so. More than likely, yeah. Maybe
Like-
like the University of Idaho. I'm pretty sure they have a
What about a
Facebook
sorority group?
Yeah, their sorority
yeah,
groups. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
could have.
possibility.
I don't know if they have a Facebook sorority group. I'm assuming.
Hey, Turquoise. Oh, wait, we got Avery backstage. Hold on.
I'm
y'all.
sure they have it all at Snapchat. It's,
I almost kind
Well,
of
that's what
think
I mean.
that
If there's a
like
connection, they have it. You know, like they have his phone now.
Avery, we
You
can
know
hear
you're
you singing.
singing, right?
All right, y'all. If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. It shows we have 229 folks in here tonight with only 86 likes.
like is it kind of sick and twisted to think that like if he was on a mission to do what he did, that it's almost like I can kill three birds with one stone. Because
Hi.
Yeah,
sorry, Avery.
I mean, he could have very easily, because most of those Facebook groups, even the private ones, you just answer like 3 or 4 questions, and they'll
Yeah,
approve you.
as sick
and
as
let
that
you-
is, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be like disgusting or anything. I'm just
No,
like
it's a possibility.
That's
I
what
mean,
it is.
yeah, he could have been on there. They could have been on there. I'm trying to think if there was a Facebook search warrant for Bryan, though.
Well, Meta.
Yeah,
Remember that
it
Meta
was
thing?
the meta one.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Meta covers Facebook and
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
Can you-
go back.
Can you guys hear my chalupas in the tree?
No,
What
we
happened
heard
to
we heard you sing.
Tostitos?
I wasn't singing.
did you say chalupa? You
Yeah,
have a
they're
chalupa
they're
They're her
cicadas.
chalupas.
from
They're-
Taco Bell?
They're enchiladas.
They're cicadas.
Tostitos.
They're
Oh, sorry.
cicadas. Okay, let me
Hey,
see.
I have a question though. Whenever you get done, Scarlett.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just looking through my notes to see if any of those. Oh, wait. As of right now, there has been no IG, Facebook, or Snapchat search warrants for Bryan Kohberger. And I wrote that note on July the 16th when all those other search warrants had came out.
And I wonder why.
Wait,
Me
for
too.
Facebook?
Okay, that totally disregards what I just said, but
No connection,
But-
no Facebook, no Tinder, no like that.
Well, if he would have had one under a different name, they would have found it on some of his devices too. So I was going to say he could have had one under a different name, but yeah, I wrote that on July the 16th in my notes. As of right now, there has been no IG, Facebook, or Snapchat search warrant for Bryan Kohberger.
But I thought the meta search warrant was Facebook.
Me too.
It-
Facebook and
Facebook
Instagram.
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram. Because there was, okay, so on the 16th is when some of those new search warrants came out. And there was one for the Instagram accounts for Bethany, Dylan, Ethan, Zen, and Kaylee, but it didn't have Maddie in that one. And then
Hmm.
which one? Okay, so wait, that's T-Mobile. This is Verizon. Then they had one that came out for Xana and Maddie's IG accounts. I guess I thought there was more than that that came out, but I guess not.
So is well, okay, I have a question about the list thing, but first, tomorrow is not a hearing, right? It's just
I
the
don't think there's.
deadline.
Yeah, it's just a deadline. I don't think there's. As of right now, there hadn't been anything that's came out saying that they're supposed to be in the courtroom. The next court appearance is supposed to be August the 2nd.
Okay, so if we see something drop tomorrow that's sealed, then we're gonna go bonkers wondering if it's an alibi.
If the damn website will work, because that's the problem
Yeah.
I've been having is the website hasn't been wanting to work. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, "Oh my God, I just remembered in the traffic stop in Pullman, he said that his license was expiring in November, and I believe that he wanted to do it before Kaylee moved." Yeah, his and Philly, thank you for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Um, his birthday was so the murders happened November 13th. His birthday was November the 21st. And he had, I believe his license was supposed to expire and his registration and license plate and all that expired at the end of November. So he had to get all that done before he even went back to Pennsylvania, or he would have been driving across country with the expired registration.
So I was wondering if you guys could explain to me. I haven't been like all over YouTube, mainly just here and a couple other places, and I keep seeing people comment about Lisk, all in capital letters, Lisk, and
Oh,
I have
Yeah,
no.
Long Island
Island serial
serial
killer.
killer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it had to do with the Kohberger case.
No.
No. That's the Long Island SK. That's who
Well,
that
that
is.
explains why when I Googled Bryan Kohberger and then Lisk, you guys make me. Oh, okay. I'm dumb. It's
I'm
okay.
laughing with you because
What
that's
came
something
up?
I could
What
have
came up
done.
when you searched it?
Well, a bunch of Bryan Kohberger stuff came up, but nothing about Lisk. And I was thinking it was like I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. So it's Long Island serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
that guy. Oh my
Yes.
God.
That dude's
Yeah.
nuts. That dude's toast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Now,
feel so bad for his wife and the kids. They had no idea.
I heard he did it. I heard he committed all this at the house too.
At the house. Yep.
What the hell?
Ooh, he did it at their house?
When
well,
they
they're
went
They
away.
were
saying,
always out of town.
yeah, they're saying that they think that one of the victims was unalived at his house in the basement.
Ooh.
Eric, I'm trying to get some information together to do a live on Lisk. Hopefully within the next couple of nights, if nothing comes out on Kohberger that's big, huge, and significant. But anyway, so there's a rumor that has came out that there is a soundproof room. Hey, Don F., how are you? In his basement. Now, this is coming from neighbors. It hasn't been confirmed by police yet.
Well, how
And
do they know that? They can't hear anything from it.
I don't know. I don't know how this neighbor allegedly knows about this soundproof room or whatever, but they did have the ground penetration radar come in. They had cadaver dogs come in, and then they brought a backhoe in, and they're digging this man's backyard up. And they're saying that they're trying to find any human remains or any type of trophies or anything like that that could have been put in his backyard,
Yeah,
buried
this
in
is
his
Never
backyard.
good when the
Wow.
backhoe rolls in.
I
Here we
read
go.
somewhere that they think he had a female accomplice. I read that somewhere.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't get to read the whole article. I just saw like the small headline of it that so I don't know if it's true or not. It could just be a rumor about this as well. But somebody, I guess maybe Ellie thinks that he had a female accomplice that was alluring the victims, and then he did what he did with them.
wow. That sounds like that what's that who's that dude that was with what's her name? Galan
Oh, Ghislaine.
Yeah.
Ghislaine
Maxwell.
Maxwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maxwell.
You're talking about Epstein. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
no,
the guy who didn't kill himself.
Yeah, where's the list?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you think?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, somebody jumped in that cell.
You know they did.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
back to BK, the shoe print that was detected near Dylan's door. Does this say in the PCA what method they used to detect that shoe print?
Amino black. And it was found during the second processing of the house.
Now, amino black. What does amino black detect?
Okay, let me look it up real quick. And why do I have Google? Y'all, hold on.
Really,
Google Maps.
really, check in on that chat.
Like, hold on,
Amino
let's-
black is what they use for latent print, because sometimes oh my god, what is the name of that loop?
the liminal.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't pick up. So sometimes if it's like latent, then they use the amino. It's pretty cool how they do it. It's like it's actually
So what I'm getting to is, are they looking at something that had a blood print?
it was a shoe print, and they never did say what. They just said latent print, but they never said what it was.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a million shoe prints in that house.
I would think so.
So are they looking for one that had the red fluid on it?
See, they never said what.
They never said it did.
So,
Yeah.
so what? Okay, does that detection device, does it pick up red fluid? That's the question.
Okay,
I
let's
don't know.
see. So amino black is a general protein stain. It will react when proteins found in blood, but is not specific for blood. The use of amino black results in a dark blue to black staining of the protein that can enhance the contrast and visibility of patterns and impressions and allow for easier documentation.
Wow.
That's
That's
off of
way
Google.
beyond my comprehension. Like, wow.
It's just so weird that it was just one shoe print, and they said that it aligned with him exiting the house, out of the sliding door. And I've just never been able to understand how one shoe print could align with that when there was
Because there was somebody else there.
But I mean, when there's so many
He
people
wasn't.
in and out, when there's so many people in and out of that house, how could they just
find one
shoe print and then say that aligns with? You know what I'm saying?
But then again,
and they found the shoe print the second time around using chemicals, which means they didn't see it from the human eye.
Right.
In my opinion.
Here's all I can do is
which means it was cleaned up. Which means that
which
happened.
means we don't know whether or not they found other shoe prints.
Right.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
We
only found
also we don't honestly even know if that shoe print is related or not. I mean, have they said
No,
they've
we
matched
don't.
it to one
Well,
of his
that's why
shoes?
that's why they took it, lady, to corroborate her story.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason why they put that one in the PCA, was to corroborate with her story what she said about the guy walking past her.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why I think it would have made the PCA stronger in order to get an arrest warrant if they would have said that there was a trail of footprints,
Right.
footprints going to the back door. And,
Right.
Yeah.
you know, instead of making it look like this dude is hopping on one foot,
One
and he
leg,
just
yeah.
and he just happened to land in front of Dylan's door.
Yeah,
Now-
well, when there is no but when there is no trail out, you gotta say something.
And then on top of it, where did I read? I read or heard somewhere that it was a Vans type shoe print.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
of
That's what they're
the
saying.
diamond shaped pattern of the
Yeah.
sole. They said it was like a Vans type shoe print, but
And
they
had-
never have said what size it was. And we
Yeah.
know that Bryan wears a size 13.
And
Okay.
they've never said it.
50.
They matched it with him though. That
No.
I've heard.
No,
They haven't. Okay,
they
so
haven't
this
said
Van,
anything
every
about
kid
it
wears a Van.
matching. And they haven't said anything about what size it was.
Right.
Okay,
But I mean,
back to what I was originally trying to get at was if it had been just picking up shoe prints from dust or what dirt, whatever, there would have been a gazillion shoe
right.
prints in there, and there'd been ones on top of that one and one below it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't have. But if it picks up the red fluid, now you got a different story because not a lot of people were walking around in there the night before with red fluid on the bottom of their shoes.
Right.
Right.
So can y'all see this thing that I have pulled up? Hold on. Let me make it bigger where everybody can see it because I don't know if I can zoom in on this one or not. Hold on, maybe let me try to see if it'll go a little bit bigger. Okay. So this says Amido black is patterns in blood such as ridge, detailed, or footwear impressions can be enhanced through the use of Amido black. It's a general protein stain. It will react with proteins found in blood, but it's not specific for blood. The use of it results in dark blue to black staining of the protein that can enhance the contrast and visibility of patterns and impressions and allow for easier documentation. In the image below, treatment of a painted cement floor with Amido black revealed an apparent tread pattern in blood. The tread pattern on the boot appears similar enough to the tread pattern observed on the floor that the crime scene team would collect both for possible testing by the trace section.
Did you hold on?
So,
Oh, I wanted to enter my prediction for his alibi tomorrow.
okay.
Okay, I'm probably going to be wrong, but I think he's going to have an alibi that he was with an Asian girl that night.
An Asian girl?
Wow.
I've
Really?
heard rumors that he was friends with an Asian lady and that she was seen with him around his apartment building.
I do
Oh.
remember hearing about
That
On,
that.
some of his neighbors had put that out.
yeah,
Yeah, I
on
remember hearing that.
several occasions, and his neighbor said he's seen him that night outside of the apartment
Oh boy.
that girl was near. So that's what my prediction is.
And so my ass.
All right,
Wow.
Riddler,
Was he
I just
getting
dropped
a
that
foot
link to that
massage
website.
or what was going on there?
Thank you,
I'm
Scarlett.
sorry.
Hey, Justice Jan, how are you? I'm
I
sorry,
wonder,
Justice Jane.
I wonder if she had good birthing hips.
God.
I can't believe it. Y'all, if that's true,
Right.
like he told that girl, I can't believe that he.
Hey, honey, let me kiss you. You got good birthing hips.
I think that he
Jesus,
didn't
that's like some
that
1950s shit. 60s.
seriously, because I have wide hips. I got a big old ass, and I still had to have
But
C-section.
you still don't
I got
tell.
wide hips too, but I don't know if that means anything for women, but
You got good birthing hips, Billy.
But you don't. A man doesn't tell a woman that and then think he's going to get a second date with her.
oh no, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
I shouldn't put that on the dating website.
But he can say, I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
You know what? When Philly
Big
just
girl.
said he has wide hips, my mind went
Sally Mae.
right to the gutter.
But I mean, he literally told this girl, if it's true, because I can't remember if she even showed proof that he told her that. But, you know, and then he wonders why he couldn't get a girlfriend.
Why he's a weirdo.
You know, because the same thing about what the owner of the bar out in Pennsylvania said, that he was being rude and saying things to some of the women
in the bar,
customers there. You know, calling them names and just saying rude stuff to them. Like, you can't. Sorry.
He watched the wrong How to Pick Up Chicks video on YouTube is the problem.
I wonder if they have a book that's come out. You know how they always have them, whatever for dummies or whatever. I wonder if they have a book for that.
book for dummies, how to pick up
Dating
women.
for dummies.
They
Evie,
probably
I believe
do.
so. Evie said she wanted her 15 minutes of fame, and I agree with Evie. Honestly, I think that that's what it was with the Tinder date, because I'm sorry, I would have never came out with something like that and been like, "Oh yeah, I went on a Tinder date with him," I would have never.
I would have
put that
never
out.
let anybody know.
I would have been like, just
Well,
sit back and just read and kept up with it and not even open my mouth
Why
that I knew the
the
dude.
why the escort came forward? The one that went to dinner with the Long Island serial killer guy, and she's like, yeah, she's going on these news places and stuff
Yeah,
talking about it.
she said that she had weird vibes about him.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying that
Weird.
I
Weird.
just I don't I
anybody will
but-
come out and try to get some.
yeah, it just
That's why you don't use dating apps.
yeah,
Shit,
that
well,
too.
yeah,
You get
unfortunately,
weirdos.
that's
Go to
the,
church and meet your spouse at church, y'all. Seriously.
yeah, right.
exactly.
On 2023,
Did she say go to church and meet your spouse?
exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, I met Troll at church, so
I met my hubby at a church meeting.
And what years were these?
No, y'all know some of the kinky
1997.
Exactly, and there's my point.
people. Y'all know some of the kinky
1977.
No, I wasn't born in 77. 1997.
No, me. No,
Oh,
me.
oh, okay. I was going to say, Lady B, I wasn't even thought of it.
No, I know that.
Now
I'm
I
old.
understand why
wasn't even a
Lady
thought.
B
Coming out my eyes.
has handcuffs.
Oh
Y'all
god.
What?
crazy.
Oh my God, Sally Mae gonna say church ladies are wild. I'm not wild, Sally Mae.
Whenever
Yeah.
Lady V turns
Cat-
her camera on, she has handcuffs dangling above her, and now it all
Wait, who? Who?
Lady
Me?
V.
Oh damn.
Oh my god. Y'all are killing me.
Every
Yeah.
I
time
can't
Cat-
deny it because it's true, but I can say they're little bitty ones for your key ring.
yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Either that, or I guess I could put the cuffs on my little Yorkie.
I mean, I say mine are toys, so
Can I be honest about these dating apps?
They're
You
super
guys want to hear?
dangerous.
You want to hear it?
Oh boy.
Go ahead.
Like the best profiles are like, make sure you have all your teeth and you don't want to put me in handcuffs. And I'm like, what are we talking about here?
That's it.
How about like I like to craft and I like to go gardening or something? Like,
Go camping,
like
swimming.
in
yeah,
Alabama.
exactly.
And that's an important thing, though, in Alabama about the teeth. That's a very important, crucial thing that you really.
Oh, yeah.
But look, I was on a dating app one time, and the dude, he had lied about his height, and then I went and met him at a restaurant. I was so pissed because I'm 5'4" and he was shorter than me.
Oh Lord.
Oh my
Oh
god.
shit.
Were you mad?
God.
Oh, I was so mad. I called him a liar and turned around and got back in my
You
vehicle.
had every right to call him a
Oh
liar.
my
That's
Yeah,
the
God.
because he
problem with the
lied
internet.
about his height.
Hey,
That's what-
Bullets.
It'd be
why I
like,
think,
okay, honey, you're right. Now the next one's like, okay, honey, you're the right height, but can you smile for me? Let me check those choppers out.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
That's
No,
why
he
every
was,
chick,
he
every
was like,
chick, the first date is always going to be swimming. First date, always swimming.
why?
Why? You know why?
Why? Oh, use your imagination, Avery.
Oh
Just
my
think
God.
about it.
That stuff could turn a 7 into a 10 real quick. You go swimming.
I just figured it out. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
good Lord, that took
I
me a
like
minute
this dude.
too.
You know what I'm saying?
You do
Don't
know
play
that
that
they
shit.
make,
As
you
soon
know
as
they
he
make
said it,
water,
I knew what he was talking about.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, you're from Philly, dude.
they
Yeah,
make
man.
waterproof makeup. Yo, waterproof.
Well, it's still gonna run.
I just want to know if she bought her swimsuit from Target in the Tuck and Run collection, then I don't want none.
What?
Oh shit. Here we go.
Hey, Nora's grandma, how are you?
Y'all are killing me.
Y'all a mess.
Yeah, I haven't been to Target in months.
We don't even have a
Like,
Target here.
It's
Really?
Target.
Yeah, it's like the
Target's
nearest.
bougie for some reason.
Yeah, it's
Our
Target,
Tar-
the
our
fancier
Target's in
Walmart.
Charlotte.
Face
Ours
wash,
is like 2
$40.
hours away from us.
Target's stupid in my opinion.
We have
Hey,
a
Tracy,
Target
how are
45
you?
minutes away.
Y'all are a hot mess tonight. Talking about she's going to swim on the first date.
Hey, you said something about him lying about his height, you know?
That is a typical
yeah,
man
that's
for you.
funny.
Yeah,
Wait, who did we lose?
if people tuck it for just because they don't want to brag, I mean, I don't know, you know.
Did we?
What the?
Oh, we lost Lady
What's
B.
wrong with tucking it?
Hold on, y'all. Oh
She-
shit. Hold on,
She
y'all.
jumped off. It was
You got to
too
worry about that
much.
today,
Okay.
especially today, man.
Lady V wants to go play with her handcuffs. She'll be back.
I got to go no chair. I'm being honest.
I love it.
Okay. I need to grab. Riddler, did you see that link that I put in the back chat?
I'm looking at it now.
Okay.
I have a question, Philly. Do you lie on your dating profiles?
What constitutes a lie?
Never mind, you do.
I mean, I put all my pictures on there, but
They're just exhausting, man.
What?
they
I
are.
don't know. I'm just gonna be honest. Dating sites, seriously, y'all, just they're dangerous.
So here's the thing. Like, so 20 years ago, what did you do to go out and meet somebody? You went out to a bar. You what?
Exactly.
You went
Bowling
out
alley.
and saw a live band or a bowling alley. You went
Yeah.
out and you went out in public.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now everybody is just like swipe left, swipe right.
Yeah, because when you
Yeah.
go out in public, everybody's
You're
on
right.
their phone, so you can't meet anybody in public.
So
Yeah, right.
where did the girl say that her and Bryan went that night? Was it to a movie?
Oh, shoot.
The
Yeah.
one that came out on
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Tinder date.
Yeah, they went on a movie.
yes,
And
they
Yeah.
went to the movies.
she went to the bathroom or something.
Well, that
Well,
was whenever they came back to her apartment. She said,
Yeah.
"Hey, Mandy May, how are you?" She said that whenever they came back to her apartment, he kind of basically invited himself in, and I think they were supposed to watch a movie on Netflix or something. She said, and then she got up, went to the bathroom, and acted like she was sick
Yeah.
to try to get rid of him.
Yeah. She said they went to the movies or something.
I thought that's what she had said. And then it's something about he tickled her or something, and she told him not to, and he was like, "I didn't do that,"
Yeah.
which
He
was the same
tickled
thing.
her? What?
Yeah,
Like,
she
how?
said that.
Where do you tickle her?
I don't know. She just said that he tickled her, and she told him not to do that or whatever. And
And he said I didn't.
yeah,
Yeah.
that he didn't do it. And it was basically like the same thing whenever he was at the bar and the women were complaining about him to the owner, and then the owner confronted him, and
said,
he was like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah.
Like he just
But see,
blatantly denied it.
I don't think the tickling is weird. I had lots of guys try to tickle me when I was that age. Oh, that sounded terrible. I had,
All right.
I mean,
Well, I'll be
she's
right
obviously
over and
gonna
I'm
take.
going to tickle you.
I
She's
mean,
obviously gonna take everything that happened and then spin it
Thank you,
because
Riddler.
he's
like,
accused of a quadruple homicide. So
but seriously, at that age, like you
Yeah.
guys remember, you guys would
Yeah,
try to
you're
like
right.
tickle us, and then it would lead to a massage or something. I don't know.
yeah,
I,
but if
and
that
I
same
don't.
person that tickled you turned out to be a serial
Yeah,
killer,
what he
you're
did,
gonna
what
obviously
he
be like, he
did.
tickled me in a weird way. Obviously,
Well,
But
There's
Scarlet,
no,
it's
Uh-huh.
just natural.
Yeah,
uh,
Yeah.
kids.
back to
Kids.
BK again.
Uh-huh.
The site that I just sent you, the link I just sent you,
Okay.
is showing that. Now we got conflict here, but it's showing that method is used for finding the red fluid.
Okay.
It
Let me
will not pick up handprints.
okay, let me pull this one.
So what I was trying to get at, if that red fluid wasn't visible to the naked eye, who cleaned it up?
Yeah, because that's what it says in the PCA, that it was a latent shoe print, and a latent is something that's not visible to the naked eye. So that somebody had to have wiped it up, and that's why I had said once before, I wonder if maybe one of the kids that had came over there after Dylan called them, and they might have accidentally stepped in it, and then they tried to clean it up or whatever.
Oh boy.
Because and unless they come out and say it's a size 13 shoe and we found the shoe in Bryan's house or something like that. But I mean, who would have cleaned it up? Like you're saying, like somebody had to have cleaned it up.
You say who would have cleaned it up? Well, who would have waited 8 hours to pick up the phone?
Well, let's just say if Bryan stepped in it, who would have cleaned it up? Would it have been him? Would he have had enough time to grab something, clean it up? Or
Yeah, he had time to clean up too, I guess.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think he would have had enough time to clean it up.
This is crazy.
Somebody
So
said in comments that he seems immature towards women, but okay, how many years ago was that when they had the date and he tried to tickle her? Weren't they like 20?
does anybody remember the year? Did she say a year?
I don't remember.
I think they were pretty young. Well, he's young now. He's what, 20? How old is he?
28.
28?
Yeah.
And were they all in
Yeah,
that
I don't
that
remember when they.
that was undergrad school, so
Was he at DeSales during that time? I don't even remember.
yeah, it was in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So if he was in DeSales because he went to the school
That's
before
not far from
DeSales.
me.
You talking about the tech school that he went to and got thrown out of?
Is it Northampton?
Oh, Northampton Community College.
Community college.
Bethlehem, PA.
So he graduated high school. I think it was Northampton he went to, and then from Northampton he went to DeSales, and then graduated DeSales, and then went to WSU.
She was in a dorm. She was in a dorm. Do community colleges have dorms?
No.
I didn't think so.
Just
I'm trying to think about the ones
your
around
big colleges have dorms.
Riddler,
We have a community college in Minnesota that has student housing, but it's not a dorm.
Yeah.
They have housing at Northampton Community College.
Okay, so they did have housing there?
100%.
Oh,
okay.
Riddler, can you hear
I
me?
went there.
Yes,
Maybe.
Avery.
I know
hear you, Avery.
the town I'm from, they don't. The community college there don't have housing.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of housing. It's just like,
They don't
have
have
a little
dorms.
bit.
They don't have
not,
housing.
Not a ton. It's off. Yeah, it's not a ton, but there definitely is housing.
Riddler, my friend calls you the panel bouncer because you're always saying, okay, back to BK.
Riddler's always coming out with all the good questions.
Riddler don't play.
Riddler's so funny. He's like the panel bouncer. Everybody back to BK.
Well, I thought that was the theme of the show, right?
Yeah, you know how we are, Riddler. We kind of get off track a little now and then.
Yeah, we get off topic a little bit.
Riddler,
Hey,
how
guys.
wide are your hips?
Oh,
Living college housing and it's the worst thing ever. Wait, Glowbug, you do now or you did?
Did I live it?
I think she meant she did.
hey guys,
I
I just want to say something real quick before I roll out.
Okay.
All right, so this is the freaking best channel, and I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys, and thank you for letting me join all the time.
You're welcome.
And-
We for the support.
Amen.
It's fun having you up here.
Love you guys.
All right.
All right.
Love you too.
Love you.
See
All
you,
right,
man.
have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay.
And then number 7.
I'm just obsessed with these dill pickle potato chips.
God.
Well, that just came out of nowhere.
They're the worst. I'm telling you. I'm hooked on them for like 3 days.
Billy doesn't know he's still on panel. You guys let's listen, see what he does.
I hate Domino's. I'm dying.
Oh,
Okay, there you went. Let's see. I don't know what happened to Lady B. I don't know. It's too early for her internet to be acting up.
Well, she did say she was going to self-medicate a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
She could be
That
Yeah.
reminds me.
fingers deep in a pack of Oreos.
So Glowbug said, I do now. Thank God they are gone for the summer. Well, Glowbug, they all should be back down in like a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
When do classes start back up? August? The end of August?
I think it's August the 21st. I believe it U of I,
Yeah, August 21st.
because they were saying that they wanted the house demolished before students came back. Well, they wanted it done before August the 21st when the students came back. Is how they had put it.
And how much did their tuition go up? I think it was Riddler who was
Yeah,
saying.
Riddler had said something about it the other night.
How much did it go up, Riddler?
I'm sorry, I was researching. I don't know what it went up to. You talking about the rent?
No, the
Swiss.
students. Um,
Oh, it
Tuition.
went up. Oh, like 2 or 3%.
Oh,
The enrollment. Yeah, they're all flabbergasted. And like I said, Gainesville, it went through a worse situation than what this is. It
right.
was way worse, especially the damage to the females. What happened to them? I mean, this right here. I mean, I'm not trying. I mean, deceased is deceased, but those girls went through torture down in Gainesville. It
Right.
wasn't like one or two,
that's
three
true.
shots and he was gone.
Yeah.
He tortured them,
That's sad too.
and there are trophies.
Mm-mm.
So he took trophies from the house when he left.
No, he took trophies. He left them off to the side
Oh, okay,
on the females. I don't believe he took anything back with him
okay,
other than his K-bar.
okay.
He had a K-bar and a screwdriver. That's all he needed.
Oh wow. Mm.
And he didn't spend but about a day following the girls, their patterns. Went right through slide glass doors. Are so easy.
You
Yeah.
see Huda's comment.
Open.
Okay, so yeah, let me grab the super chat real quick. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, "Why would BK commit a quadruple murder and stick for 6 weeks? Didn't the police say that either the house or the victims were targeted?" Yes, and I will have to go back and see if I can find the. I believe. Let me see if I can grab it real quick, Huda. It was on one of the press releases that they came out with, like a day or two after this had happened, and they were saying there was something about one of the two being targeted. Hold on, let me grab it because I want to make
See,
sure.
that's the only thing that confuses me about this entire case is because with his knowledge of criminal justice, and then he made so many mistakes driving his own car, his phone, the sheet. Why would he stick around for 6 weeks? Like that's the one thing that has bothered me because
He
that's
stuck around for 6 weeks and then drove the car across the country.
Well, he only
Right.
stuck around for a few weeks because
but
he left to go back. He left to go
Well,
back to his parents on
yeah,
what?
15th? He was arrested 6 weeks and 5 days after the murder, but he left. Was it December 13th or the 15th going back?
Yes.
so a month.
So
It's still a month.
yeah, at least 4
Oh.
weeks he
And
stuck
that
around.
still doesn't even make sense to me because he
No,
Well,
he went back to work, went to doctor's appointments. They said
like as
went to
smart
school.
as he should be, knowing criminal justice, as smart as he should be, he would have known that he left all these breadcrumbs, but he's gonna like stay right there in the area for 4 weeks. It's just so weird to me.
well, look
Yep.
at BK.
But they always
When do you,
do say hiding
when
in plain sight.
when do you think BK realized that he was going to no longer be employed the next semester
I
at
don't know
Washington
because
State?
They never.
some people were saying that the letter wasn't even real. So I don't know if it truly is a real letter or if it was faked, and that if it was real, then of course we know that that's when he lost the job, or was it fake and he lost it after he was arrested?
One thing I
don't
think is
know.
important to remember about BK is his air quotes specialty was forensic data, not criminal justice.
Yep.
Right.
So we're giving him a lot of credit
Oh, I didn't know
where
that.
I don't know
Yeah.
that he's really earned it.
But I thought like the survey and stuff he posted online was for his thesis for criminal. So what was he getting his doctorate in?
Criminology.
criminology with regards to forensic data.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Bernice. No way. How are you? Okay, so this here says, Huda, this was put out on November the 15th. And I believe there's another one in here talking about being a targeted attack. But it says, so the City of Moscow Police Department would like to address community concerns about public safety. We hear you and we understand your fears. We want you to know that we, like you, have been devastated by the distress by these young lives that were cut short needlessly. We determined early in the investigation that we do not believe that there is an ongoing threat for the community members. Evidence indicates that this was a targeted attack.
Yeah.
So I know that there was at one time they said that it was the house. Then I think they backtracked and said that no, that the victims were targeted. So I don't know. I don't even what evidence did they find? And I remember writing that down when I was going through these press
I think
releases.
they were just trying to calm the masses.
I possibly, but I mean, they determined early in the investigation that they do not believe that there's an ongoing. Like they literally put that out the day that the murders happened. That there's not an imminent threat to the community, and they didn't even know
It's
who
a
this
small
person
town.
was.
Yeah, they didn't think it was going to get this big.
You have
Is it right? No. Do I understand it? Yeah.
It's a college town with many females that go there, and you're going to come out and say, "Oh, there's no threat to the community," and you don't even know who the hell the person was who done it. Like, how can you tell your community that?
I always figured they were saying targeted because 4 people were unalived and 2 people were left alive, and that would make me think targeted.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that press
To me,
release is going to come up
To
in
me,
the
it
case.
sounds like he had one
Absolutely.
person.
So is the fact that they didn't even have a witness at first.
Sounds like to me he had
We didn't know
one
about no
person
witness.
that he wanted, and the other 3 just happened to see him, and he took them out.
That's what it sounds like they're saying. I would agree with
Right.
you.
That's what a target is.
Yeah.
Unless he's targeting the house, that'd be a different
But
story.
what did they find that led them to believe that? Like Scarlett said, the day of.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
And why did it take so long after the day of to show
Especially
any
if they're saying
result?
now there's no connection or motive. Like, how can you say it was
Right.
targeted yet? Where's
Right,
that?
when he didn't have no
The only
supposedly no
the only
connection.
thing we can presume is that one of the victims got it worse than the other 3. That's
That
the only
could
thing
be
we can
true.
presume.
A safe assumption.
And it looks
Yeah.
like I don't know if 2 girls were in the same room or if one girl was getting attacked. The other girl heard something that didn't sound right, comes over there and checks on her, and she walks right into a blade.
Right.
And then as he's going downstairs, I'm just trying to picture this in my head. A female or a male comes up, meets him halfway up the stairs or down the stair at the foot of the stairs, and there's another attack right outside the door, and it works its way back into the bedroom. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out they're going to have to come up with the order that it happened.
Right.
Yeah,
And
and
the only way they're
only
going to find that out is by the DNA on each one of the victims.
Okay, this one here, this was put out November the 13th. Okay, and it says right here, hold on, I gotta find it again. Where did it go? Let's see, hold on. Okay, so currently there is no one in custody. Investigators are asking, no, that's not it. No, okay, so the Moscow police do not believe that there's an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation. How the hell can you get that on the day that the murders happened? When the detectives didn't, they didn't get there, the first responders didn't get there till 12. The detectives didn't get there till 4. The coroner didn't get there till 5:30. How can you come to that assumption? Shit, y'all know what I'm trying to say.
What time was this released?
Does it have a time? It doesn't have a time.
Does it have a date?
It has a date, November 13th.
The date of.
The day of.
So how that, like,
Unless it was after they all arrived.
Well, wait, how did they know? Well, wait a second. How did they know that if Bryan did this, how did they know that he wasn't going to do this again if this was just a random house and no connection, no motive, no nothing? How can they come out and
But
say,
see, they're not saying it's a random house. They're saying it's a
yeah,
targeted
they
attack.
came out and said it was targeted, but obviously it wasn't targeted. So
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand how they're coming out saying on the day of when all this started happening at 12
Maybe
o'clock.
maybe after the detectives and everybody showed up is when they figured it out. I don't know.
I mean,
Because
it's
it
like,
doesn't have a time on it.
no, because I mean, the detectives would have got there, they would have started their investigation or the preliminary investigation. So between 4 p.m. and 12 midnight would have been their time frame to get this out on the 13th.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's less than 12 hours. How do you
Yeah, how do
fully
you dictate all that, the cause of death? Like, you dictate a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. I don't
to say
understand
that
how.
there's no threat to the community?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't get that.
The only thing I can think is they were trying to mislead the public into a false sense of security.
Yeah,
Right.
completely normal.
But
Because
that is,
they didn't want to
wrong
look like
car.
they weren't doing their job.
Yeah,
Right,
no
and they
witness,
didn't want
wrong
a
your
panic
car.
on their hands.
Yeah.
but that is, do you realize how dangerous that is?
Yeah,
Oh, it's ridiculous.
No, it's completely normal.
Seriously. That is like super dangerous because you don't know who
Scarlett.
this person is, and there's a college full of females.
exactly.
Yes,
Scarlett,
Riddler.
that's why Mr. Gonsalves, is that how you say his name?
Uh-huh.
That's why he's got the tort against the police department.
Right. And I don't blame
Yep.
him.
Don't
I
blame
don't
him
either.
either.
You know, you've got this person who did it. They're saying that, there multiple times. There's no threat to the community. And this dude was 9 miles down the road at another college with one of the victim's sisters.
And he was teaching a class, Scarlett.
Yes.
A class full of students.
Yes.
Well, not that day, but
Well, no,
Didn't say
but
that.
still.
In the following days, he did.
not the following day. The day after that.
Yeah, it was Tuesday.
But they weren't in danger. None of the kids in the room were in danger, right?
No, I'm not saying they weren't. No,
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like, how could they say that when they didn't even know for a
He's
fact?
saying it in general, like how they were putting it out. Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Both colleges were in danger. I mean, they at the time because nobody knew who it was.
Well, I'm just saying, if I had a daughter in college that was in his class and they allowed him to go back and teach, and I found out that they were like, that he was under their radar, I would be so pissed. You have no idea.
Oh yeah,
I would.
Yeah.
And Huda's right. This is why the students fled home. They knew that the police didn't know anything.
Yep, and that's why they were leaving.
Yeah. That is just,
which I don't blame them one bit. I'd have left too.
And I think there's students that know more than what they're leading on.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And like I said, if one of my kids was at that college, my child wouldn't be going back.
Nope. She wouldn't.
Not even after the fact. Not even after.
Now. Nope.
Even
Especially
if
not
BK is the one who did this. Not even then.
Nope.
Well, yeah, especially if you have some kind of thought that there might be somebody else involved, then definitely not.
Mine wouldn't go back just based off of what the police signed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. And like I said the other night, if us and we have no legal experience, if we can see all these different things, just think of the shit that Ann Taylor
Thank you, Scarlett.
and the defense can see.
Yeah, like you say something, everybody goes, "Rah!" Like during the trial, she's going to pick apart everything.
Yeah,
worse than we're doing.
Dude, that's what their job is.
I know,
Right.
and that's what I understand. Like collectively, it doesn't look too good for him, but when you pick it apart, and that's what she's good at doing, it's not going to look good.
Right.
Just
What
saying.
is it, Riddler?
I want to get back to that latent shoe print.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's picked up. It's evidently that's BLOOD on the bottom. They're picking up, and if they could pick it up off that floor, why didn't they pick it up in his car? Did he change shoes?
Good question.
We have
I
no
mean,
idea
because if there was,
I didn't think of that.
if there's any type of blood in that car, they should have picked it up.
Right.
Yeah,
We have
especially
no
if there's a
clue
latent- if that's a
what
shoe
he
print.
changed, what he hasn't changed, what he's gotten rid of, what he hasn't gotten rid of.
Yeah,
Or
the
if he's
problem is though
even-
is time. That
Or
is,
if he's
it's
even
time.
the one who did it.
Yeah.
If he walked through the grass that had
There,
condensation on it, or
there
snow,
should have been something
or
on the ground.
snow, and then walked on gravel and walked on snow again, the shoe would be clean.
Yep.
Yeah, but then when he puts his foot down in his car, there's still blood protein.
It's gonna be clean.
No
It's gonna
way.
be
There's
clean
still
because
blood
I
protein.
walk
What
around.
about-
I walk around in a kitchen covered in grease. If I walk through the snow for 10 feet, my shoes are clean.
What
We're
about
talking
on the
about
side
blood.
of them though?
Leaving
Like on
nothing.
the
Snow gets in
side.
every crevice.
Well, you got to figure they get a lot of snow. They don't just get an inch or two.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I live in the same type of climate. You can walk
Yeah.
outside with dirty soles on your shoes, walk 10 feet, and they will be clean. I mean, clean. They're scrubbed clean.
So, I mean, I think there would still be residue of protein from the blood on the shoe, in my opinion.
Not as deep as the snow gets there.
Okay.
I mean,
Was there snow on the ground that night?
Yeah,
I
No,
can tell
not
you,
right
I walked through
Where's the
kitchen
track?
grease. I can tell you, I walked through kitchen grease, and my feet prints are black in the snow.
Was
for
there
the
snow on
first
the ground?
3 steps.
The
Don't know if there
night.
was or not. There's snow around there.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
snow
I don't-
around there, but I don't think it's.
I don't think it was a lot.
I'm sure.
I think it was old snow that had been
Yeah.
melting, but I don't think it was a whole lot like it was that we seen afterwards.
Yeah, after the fact. Like a
And
couple of weeks,
also, if
like a
there's-
week after it happened, it snowed.
If they can find a print, and it goes back to what Betty just said, we don't know, then that means there's going to be some in the kitchen and on that patio going out.
Yeah.
Even
There
though
should be definitely
even
more than
though-
one footprint.
There should be.
Yeah, that
And, but
one
we
footprint,
don't
y'all.
know.
If this goes to court and they say that there was only one latent shoe print found, y'all, I don't know what I'm gonna do because
I'm
that
gonna
one
scream.
footprint, y'all
That'll
know
make no
that
sense.
that one footprint has irritated me from the jump since.
No, I'm
this
sure they
PCA
have 2
came out.
footprints, but they only put 1 for some reason. Right?
But there should, but it wouldn't. There should
Well-
be more than 2 though. There's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
Well,
the
yeah,
shoe-
and there's
Not when there
possibly
isn't
that
any,
there
Al.
is. There's possibly there is, but they just didn't put it in.
and that is true.
Yeah.
There could be more. It just seems like to me though to make it stronger. So there's.
I mean, you would have thought they
question.
would have put two.
a
two
trail,
prints.
yeah,
One-legged
leading
ninja.
by like the
What?
trail leading by Dylan's door would have corroborated more with her story than one shoe print.
Yeah, you would have thought they would have put 2 prints in the PCA, but you know, it's Moscow. It's
Yeah,
the way they
it's
word
cool.
their shit.
Yeah, they put the
Yeah.
bare minimum. It's cool.
It's just I don't know. Which I know they don't have to put everything in the PCA in order to obtain an arrest warrant. I get that. It just seems like it would have made it stronger.
It would have made it better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
But-
only put every single thing in this dude in Long Island's PCA. Like
Well, it's New
everything.
York.
Yeah,
just
I-
saying.
New York is used to this. They
yeah,
have a murder. They have a murder every day,
yeah, probably multiple.
so they're used to writing their PCAs out and putting,
Okay.
you know.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Michelle.
So you would think a small town would take their time and write a decent one.
Well,
Yep.
they're not used to having a murdered. I mean, it's been what 7 years, 8 years.
Yeah.
2000. I don't know what month of 2015, but it was in 2015. Hold on.
So
y'all, I
they're
gotta
not
log.
used to writing out big PCAs for.
Yeah, I still want to read the Long Island guys PCA. I just haven't had time.
And then state
Good
by
luck.
state, they do it different. You know, they some put it everything in there. Some don't put but bare minimum.
There's only 18 pages.
Of the New York one?
No, I'm talking about
Oh,
this
the
one.
the
I think New York was like
Idaho-
30s. I think New York was like
Then-
30 something.
I think
Okay.
New York's. I think his was like 33, 35, something like that.
Yeah. But like once
Wow.
you read that, Scarlett, you're like you're gonna know he's done. Like toast.
Yeah, I want to read it. We've been so busy.
Who wrote
I think
the
we need a regular
PCA?
scheduled break to sponsor and talk about our sponsor, the thumbs up button that isn't being clicked. There are 312 people in chat. Only 134 folks have taken the time to click that thumb. Give
All
it a
right, y'all.
click.
I click it as soon as I come in.
It helps the channel, and it's free. Thank you.
Kelly P. It depends on what's in it. I know that the searches, like the internet searches, I will not read.
Brought to you by Big Al.
I've seen the searches that he did, and they are very disgusting. And I won't even pull them up on my screen.
Yeah, that you don't want. Yeah,
Yeah, it's too.
I listened to somebody that was reading it. And it's like, nope, change channel.
Yeah,
Screw that.
yeah. Riddler, what was you saying?
No, I was just wondering who wrote the PCA in Pennsylvania.
Should say it on there.
Hold on, wait. I've got it somewhere. Wait.
That's
I'm
okay. I'm sure it's somebody from that local. I didn't know if it was the FBI or if it was the local.
No, I think it
Sure,
was
the local.
Pennsylvania State Police.
History bookmarks. Hold on. I think I've got the Pennsylvania. I know Payne's was included. But
I think it was State Police, wasn't it?
Court documents. Where's it at? Shit. Hold on. I know I've got it here somewhere. I just got to find it. PA search warrant. Nope, that's not it. No, and Fofa is not in chat tonight. She would know where we put it at on our thing. Damn it. I'll have to find it, Riddler, and when I find it, I can send it to you.
That's okay. But I know you will. Thank you so much. You do a wonderful job with that stuff.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. PA Payne. Okay, so Exhibit A. So what is this? See the full information.
They were written by the State Patrol. Trooper Justin M. Leary and Trooper Bryan V. Knoll.
Okay.
They were state police,
State
right?
Police. Yep.
Yeah.
And what triggered them to write a PCA on them? They read the PCA from Idaho? Or they had a warrant?
Excuse me.
I'm assuming that the FBI called in Pennsylvania State Police and briefed them on what was going on.
Okay. Well,
the only thing this PCA says, though, is see attached FBI FD 597.
Yeah, the silly cops forgot to turn on their cameras.
I'm trying to see who signed this. Because, okay, so on Payne's PCA, there's two different signatures. I know these cops out in Pennsylvania, they got some sloppy handwriting. I'm serious. I can't read who the two people are that signed it, but it was two different people at the bottom of each page of Payne's PCA that they signed it.
Yeah, you can't tell what their signature is. Yeah. I'm looking at it right now.
If they're men, it's because some men you can't understand their writing.
No, easy.
I said some, Big Al.
It looks like they both start with T's.
Yep.
Because
my son, after that is a scribble.
My son, when he writes like a doctor.
Probably. Yeah, a doctor or pharmacist, something like that, they should be able to read that. Hold on, let me pull this up.
I can't understand my son's writing, so.
Can y'all see that? These down here? I can't tell what they say.
They probably scribbled their name on there.
That is just crazy. But they both look like they start with a T, but I can't. Let's see. Wait, Bernice said I can read
Their names are at the top.
Top.
Scarlett. Their names are at the top.
Of this?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I didn't see it. Hold on.
Go to the very top.
No. Oh, wait. No, that's Corporal Brett
Payne.
Payne.
A different one. Hang on, I'll get you the one.
Okay. Yeah, send me the one you're looking at.
I'll get you this. I got it in my history here.
Baby Boop, have a good night.
There you go. I'll drop it in the back chat.
Okay.
So I want to know, Tonka. I want to know what took them so long to get there.
I think they both start with T because they're starting with Trooper.
Oh, Trooper. Okay, that's why.
That's what it is.
Yes, that's it. Hold on.
So it's like Betty Joe said, the state police.
Yeah. Pencil. Yeah. Trooper Justin M. Leary, and then Trooper Bryan Knoll as PA State Police.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be who it is. They need to take a handwriting class, honestly.
If you want to punish kids these days, just write everything in cursive. None of them can read it.
That is true. Because I don't think they even
don't even teach that shit anymore.
No, they're not teaching it. Not around here.
They don't teach it here either.
They teach kids how to do 2 + 2 6 different ways instead.
Yeah,
Summer, welcome back.
Good old
That is true.
core math.
Yeah.
Stupid, man.
Yep. All right, I'm going to read this real quick because I had came across this today. And y'all, my nose, I'm sorry, but my allergies are killing me. Let's see, they teach it. So, Caddy, they teach cursive writing at your kids' school?
Is that private school?
They don't teach it here at none of the schools.
Yeah, they haven't for years here.
Hell no.
I don't know if they do here.
Nora's grandma is a math teacher.
I don't know if they do here in North Carolina. I don't have kids in school.
Let's see. Tina says, no, I've been teaching for 30 years English. I teach it to my own kids. I think, honestly, everybody needs to learn how to.
Caddy says, yeah, it's a public school. Wow.
Why are they?
They're not teaching in public school here anymore. They haven't for years.
But they're not up here.
Yep, they're not in Louisiana either. They haven't taught it. Okay, so this here is saying planted evidence, and they're saying it as like a question or whatever. Bryan Kohberger's potential defense revealed amid the DNA battle. And y'all, if I have to mute while I'm reading this, it's only because I've got to sneeze because I can feel it coming on.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You can feel it coming in the air tonight?
Yes, I can feel the sneeze. I'm trying to keep from sneezing, but I can feel it.
That's why I said bless you. Usually when you do that, you won't sneeze.
That's good night. Huda, you have a wonderful night, honey. All right, and Big Al, while I'm reading this, do you see Libra Moon's comment to you in chat?
She asked you that a couple times.
I do. I've been having conversations about this all day. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I really have a feeling about it.
What's the big deal?
Elon Musk wants to change the image of Twitter, and I get that, but I also don't trust Elon Musk. And
really,
I don't. No, not really. No, I really don't.
I love that dude.
He's a genius. He's brilliant.
I just like that he lost $1 billion to.
Well, he spent billions of dollars, but there's still a lot of censorship happening on Twitter.
True, but
it's not as bad as it was. It's not as bad as it was.
And to me, that's a hero.
But he's done a lot. But I still, gift horses. I'm not looking at him in the mouth anymore right now because it sure is hard to tell who's telling the truth anymore.
When he came out and said that about Soros and lost however much money he lost, he didn't care. That showed me all I need to see, man.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were doing the whole Twitter thing until today when I seen it on there.
Yeah, I saw he posted about it late last night about it, the change coming regardless. And
as long as it don't affect me, I don't care.
I'm there too.
So
I'm there too.
He can name it whatever he wants.
He can, he can name it pink poofy pants. I don't give a shit. I mean, as long as there's still a place for people to have conversations and not be censored for their beliefs, because I'm never going to agree with everyone's beliefs, no matter where I go, to have conversations.
True, but it's not like Facebook where you post something and you're shut out for 30 days.
And
well, I have to tell you, I had an account that was it was conceived 5 days after Twitter announced public offerings for people to make accounts, and I had over 50,000 followers. And when I appealed, tried to get back, I was told to go fly a kite by Musk's team. So, and that was for posting something COVID related that was a fact and has since been proven a fact over and over again. But I lost my account. So I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of the social media sites. I don't trust the media anymore. I try to read as much as I can and then try to make up my own mind from multiple sources.
Exactly.
So what are they doing? Trying to change the name of it, or?
Yeah, they're just changing the name.
Twitter to X, which Twitter sounds weird anyway, if you think about it.
What are they going to name it?
X. Just like the letter X.
Just like Tesla X, just like all the other.
Like his son, wherever, daughter, wherever he named his kid, X something.
He's got like 14 kids, doesn't he?
Yeah, 9, I think.
He's got a bunch.
No idea.
He's got a bunch.
As long as, like I said, as long as it doesn't affect me, because a lot of stuff that I read about Bryan Kohberger's case in Idaho 4, and even the list and all that, it's all from Twitter.
Yeah.
I hardly ever go to Facebook.
I have
Never
Twitter.
go to Twitter.
I can't read right. I can't see it right now, so
Yeah. Well, you don't have too much long though, Betty Joe.
I don't get on my Twitter, Facebook,
Nope.
Instagram.
Yeah.
I
I'll
come
do
on
it.
YouTube because I can listen to it.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't do Instagram. Everybody's fake on there.
I don't do Instagram either.
Yeah.
I do it for the business, and that's it.
I have it, but
Well, I
I
just have
don't do
family
anything
on my
it.
Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't do any social media. This is the only one.
Smart man, Riddler.
And I had an former intelligence officer tell me they're tracking everybody, putting your name together with all your hobbies and how you purchase and everything.
Well,
And
yeah.
they
When
got-
you like say something, Riddler, like if we're having a conversation right now and I like bring up, I don't know, some certain kind of Jello or whatever, I'll see like an ad for it maybe a couple hours from now or a day from now. It's
Yep.
weird as hell.
Oh yeah.
I just
And
have family on my Instagram and Facebook, so
law enforcement will have these
And
smart
friends.
glasses, and they're going to get your facial recognition.
Jesus.
They're not going to have to ID you. You know how
That's cheating.
you see a lot of times police says, "I need your ID." You'll see this on First Amendment audits. So I need your ID. And they go, "What law do you suspect me of breaking?" Otherwise, I don't have to ID to you because the Constitution says so, or the state Constitution says I don't have to ID unless I've broken a crime or committed a crime.
Well, they have to have a reasonable, articulable suspicion of you committing
Well,
a
that's what I
crime.
mean. Now, what
Right.
about running a plate? Can a cop get behind you and run your plate whenever
Yes.
they want?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
it's part of what you sign when you get registration for a
Yeah,
motor
that's
vehicle.
for like insurance and stuff like that. So you have that and
Gotcha.
all that. Hey, Truth Matters. How are you? Okay,
But
let
anyway,
me.
these smart glasses will pick up everything.
Yeah, they've already got them.
Tina
We'll
Marie,
talk
how are
about
you?
chips in the hand later.
Oh wow. All right. So, planted evidence: Bryan Kohberger's potential defense revealed amid the DNA battle. So it says genetic genealogy and DNA, which were used to identify Bryan Kohberger, are at the center of the University of Idaho 4 student murders cases. Court documents revealed a potential defense Kohberger's team may use at trial to persuade the jury the accused Idaho 4 student killer is not the right guy. The defense claims the DNA on the sheath was planted. I think I've ever seen them where they said that it was planted. I think that they said that the sheath was placed. Does anybody remember them saying that it was planted?
No, but I don't know why people are taking the word placed and saying, "Oh, look, Anne's saying planted." I'm like, it says placed.
I remember it saying placed. Unless
That's not
there's
even a
some,
synonym for it.
unless there's something that's came out and I haven't seen it.
It says placed.
It said placed. Okay. So prosecutors asked the court to issue a protective order on the genetic genealogy information developed by the FBI using a DNA profile obtained from the snap of the knife sheath found on Maddie Mogen's bed. Kohberger faces the possibility of the death penalty if convicted of the murders of Maddie, Kaylee, of Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Cornodal, and Ethan Chapin last November. The 4 students were found dead in their off-campus house in Moscow, Idaho. The defense suggests DNA was planted. So the defense wants to understand how the FBI used DNA to create the family trees that led them to Kohberger and his father. Kohberger's defense attorneys wrote in their objection that they want to see how many other potential suspects were overlooked. Well, we know at least 3 other ones. Could be possible more, but we know at least 3. They even suggested that Kohberger's DNA could have been planted. The state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger and not someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement and apparently at least one lab that the state refuses to name. So it has to be pretty planned out. So the Law and Crime Network's Anjanette Levy spoke with a DNA expert, Kristen Slapper, about the defense strategy. And what's important to remember is that, first of all, DNA on its own doesn't mean anything until you have a standard to compare, Slapper explained. The claim is DNA is planted. I think it's important to remember that Bryan Kohberger was not known. Nobody knew who did this, and I think that's important because in order for something to be planted, it has to be pretty planned out. To plant someone's DNA, you have to have their DNA first of all. You have to have an item that their DNA is on and know that only their DNA would be found on it. Kohberger's lawyers also hinted in the latest hearing that they're going to question the qualifications of some of the investigators involved, which is going to be like the 3 officers that she had asked for all their stuff. So Moscow is a small college town with a population of about 25,000 residents and a small police department. So very shocking. Kohberger's lawyer claims accused killer has no link to the Idaho 4 members. So Kohberger's defense attorneys claim that the accused killer has no connection to the 4 University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in their off-campus home in November. Kohberger's attorneys are focusing on the total lack of DNA evidence found in the suspect's apartment, home, office, and vehicle. The Law and Crime Network's Anjanette Levy spoke with criminal defense attorney James Bogan about the case, and Kohberger remains in Latah County Jail being held without bail. And then he is due back in court on August the 2nd, which is one of the motion hearings that they're going to be having is coming up. I just don't remember it ever being said that it was planted.
I don't know.
And that's why she wants them training records, because she wants to see how experienced these police officers are.
Right.
Because she thinks they planted it.
Well, also, did they change gloves from one scene to the next scene to the next scene? They had to keep changing gloves.
while they're collecting evidence and processing the scene and all that. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I obviously I'm against the whole grain here, but I don't believe anything was planted by anybody. It's just my opinion. I don't think anything was planted.
No, I don't think so either.
This is weird.
Highly doubtful.
But again, if you watch
their job to create doubt.
But if you watch the Stephen Avery case, I think that's his name, Making of a Murderer, then you might have a different opinion. So I don't know. I mean, anything's possible.
That's why I asked, when did the sheaf get sent off? How long did it bump up against some other evidence?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I would think that would have been put in a bag by itself with no other evidence, because they can, if there's several items of evidence, they could place it into one bag together because we're all together. But I'm thinking that should have been by itself, and it should have right then been taken, if not the morning of the 14th, and taken straight to a lab and been tested. If no other items that was collected, that one should have been.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not putting anything past LE in that area after, what they did with Brent's phone and, that whole situation. So, yeah. I mean, if somebody says that they think they planted it, it's a possibility. It's 100% a possibility.
Did you listen to that guy named Balls that came in here?
Yes.
What his name was?
Yeah, Balls.
Wow.
Right.
Hey, Balls was locked up there, he said.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I believe he said he's from the area, still has family that lives in the area.
And I wonder if Ann, I'm sure she will, subpoena the body cams of them in there taking the DNA.
Right, and we do know of at least, I believe it's Officer Nunez. We do know that he had body cam on. And the only reason why I know that is because in the PCA it states by Payne that he said that after reviewing Officer Nunez's body cam footage, he learned about the dog being in Kaylee's room whenever they first got there. So we know at least one officer did have body cam footage going.
Now, where did something come out that said that they didn't have and nobody had body cam footage for? Is that the search warrant in PA?
Yes, I believe so.
And that's what they're claiming? Like that's what they're saying? Am I correct?
That's what's been said, but how do we know that?
What do you mean?
Like, how do we know that they didn't have body cam footage?
Well, I don't believe that, but is that what they came out and said, that nobody had their body cams on?
Yeah, that was a rumor that was going around. That
okay.
I believe, didn't Riddler? Do you remember?
I thought it was a document.
No, it was. I don't think I've seen anything in a document. I believe that was just a rumor that had came out, and we actually looked it up. And I don't know if Riddler remembers or not. But I think I had looked it up. Does the Pennsylvania State Police wear body cams?
Yeah.
I believe it.
1,000%.
And I don't even remember what it said now. I'll have to go back and research it. But
They got it right on their chest.
so they do wear them?
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know where that rumor got started that there was no.
Not all of them have body cameras.
Well, all the ones that pulled me over did.
Yeah. There's an article that just came out June 14th of 2023.
Wait, there was a what that came out?
There was an article that came out June 14th of 2023. Why the PA state troopers currently have body cameras. Why none of the PA state troopers currently have body cameras.
Why none of?
Yeah, I know. I know that's not. I know that's not true because there are some of them that have them because I've seen them, but I know all of them don't have them.
Kelly, yes, it was the autopsies that they said that they didn't have body cam footage of. That was in a document. Yeah, that there was no body cam footage, no pictures, recordings, and something else from the autopsies.
There's a CBS story about them not being equipped with body cameras.
But why wouldn't they have body cams on?
There's a lot of cops that don't want them.
There was 50 cops who knocked down his door. Somebody had a damn body camera on. I'm not buying it.
There's a lot of cops now that are buying their own and wearing them and running into flack from their departments for wearing cameras.
Oh, okay.
Because they want to protect themselves. Yeah.
You know?
If you're a good cop, you want a camera.
Hell yeah. Right.
If you're a bad cop, you don't want a camera. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, if you're a bad guy, you don't want to be on camera. If you're a good guy, put me on camera. I don't give a shit.
There you go. But just think of how many cops got in trouble because of their body camera.
Oh, there's been a lot of them.
You know what I mean?
All you gotta do is
That's
watch
because
YouTube.
they forget they wear them.
Exactly. And then they say something stupid and then try to backtrack. But like again, I'm not putting anything past law enforcement in Moscow. I'm sorry.
Well, you would think that a SWAT team would have cameras
for sure
because they want to use it for training. How could we have done this better? Or why were you 3 feet away from him when you're supposed to be right up against him? Or why aren't you holding?
Yeah, but also he can say that they did something. Yeah, but also he can say that they did something unconstitutional. How can they prove it if they don't have body camera? Like that's weird.
What the First Amendment auditors are proving now.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta figure they didn't have body cameras back then, so they figure, why have them now?
Yeah. It's not cop. I mean, and again, it's not cop bashing. I don't know why somebody said cop bashing. Like law enforcement, I didn't wipe Brent Kopacka's phone. Law enforcement did. I didn't see no bullet holes in the wall. Brent Kopacka's brother did. So again, we were told he discharged his weapon, and then I'm hearing that his phone was wiped clean. And to me, that's suspicious. I'm sorry. If that was my loved one, that's suspicious as hell.
Every football game that I officiated was filmed.
Okay, hold on just a second. This person, where did they go? This writing in Russian. Oh, never mind. They done it hid. Okay.
Yeah, they were in English and in Russian.
Yeah, I just translated what they.
Somebody said they were in the Russian war or something.
Yeah,
well, they were writing in Russian in the chat, and I just went and translated it. So I didn't know that they had been blocked, but they have been.
So, I don't know what's wrong with people today with these troll accounts.
I don't know.
Come in and say something under your real name or
hey, Jennifer,
screen name or whatever.
I thought he said something nice though. I thought he said he was like I thought he said he was helping people or something in the Russian army.
Well, that was the message I was getting. I didn't get a chance to translate the latest thing that was dropped in the chat, so
I can't even copy that.
I was keeping an eye on it. But
if anybody comes in here under a different type of language, they got to go because I can't have other languages in here and then have to try to translate it every time and all that.
Yeah, that's too much.
I was speaking in Greek last night.
Because they can put.
Does it allow you to copy it, Scarlett? Where you're
yes.
at?
Yeah, I can copy it.
I was gonna say I can't.
Yeah, anything that, even though me or the mods, anything that's been removed, we can still see the comment.
Gotcha.
Hey, Nat Cat, how are you?
Is that war still going on over there?
Well, what, Ukraine?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
They haven't figured that shit out yet?
No, they haven't even. There hasn't been a single peace talk.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Vapor. I didn't know. I
They
seen
don't
them in
want
here
peace.
earlier, but I caught the last comment that was in a different language. So, Turquoise, no, I haven't seen you say anything wrong.
Huh?
Turquoise said they hoped that they didn't say anything wrong, but I didn't see where they said anything wrong.
This isn't the right platform to be talking about the war in Ukraine.
My name's not for it. No, Dub, you're fine. Dub, you've been in here forever, so yeah, you're good.
You know what might have thrown them is the word Moscow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That might be thinking the capital of Russia,
that is true too.
the largest city in Europe.
Well, Vapor said that they were typing in English, but the last comment was Russian.
There were a couple comments in Russian. I translated the other ones, and they were fine.
Okay.
I didn't get to that one yet.
Okay.
She had already banned
All
them.
I
So.
saw was a Russian and then a heart and then a Ukraine flag, so I figured it wasn't bad, but
Yeah.
who knows?
And yeah, y'all try to keep politics out of the chat, please. Okay, I need to bookmark this so I can go back and read it later.
Yeah, if we're gonna start talking about politics, shit's gonna get real spicy.
So now,
Yeah.
so now tomorrow's is the last day to provide the alibi. Is that correct?
I believe tomorrow, from what I've seen, tomorrow at 5:00 p.m., the deadline ends.
But
So that's
isn't
the
there that
deadline.
27-day clause still that they can use anytime they want?
37.
The
That's for the trial.
37, yeah, that's regarding the trial and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, he has until 5:00 tomorrow, Idaho time, to provide the alibi. If he doesn't, then unless his attorney comes in and says, "Look, I need more time," which I think if she was going to do that, she would have already done it.
Yeah.
Because they don't have court tomorrow. So I would, unless she did last week and it just that document hasn't been put on the website yet, because the website has been acting up here lately. It could be due to high traffic. And no, Dub, they don't have court tomorrow. Or it could be maintenance.
Tried it?
Huh?
Have you tried it since you tried it last?
Yeah, well, I'm still back on the way. I'm on the Wayback Machine right now because whenever I go to it, oh wait, no, it shows it's up now. Hold on, let me look.
If he provides an alibi, let's say it's in great detail, that alibi shows that he was nowhere near that crime scene when things hurt. Well, the judge says, "Hey, we got to let this guy go."
But they would, like, if he came in tomorrow and he provided an alibi, they're still going to have to go verify it.
Yeah, they'd have to investigate.
Well, sure.
Yeah,
Sure,
and then
they
they
verify
could at that point, if they verified it and it was legit. Hey, Freya, then I mean.
But like Riddler said before, how the hell, say he was sleeping? How's he gonna prove he was sleeping?
Unless somebody was there with him, that would be the only other way he could prove it. But
You know what I mean?
But
yeah.
What I'm saying is, who does Anne give the alibi to? Does she give it to the state?
I mean, I would think she would have to, like, ask the judge, like, motion the court for a court appearance or whatever they call it in legal terms. But she would have to motion the court. I'm sure she would bring it before the court, and the state would have to go out and investigate it and do their thing or whatever, and then whatever their results are, then they would come back to court and they would let the judge know either yes, the alibi checked out, or no, it didn't.
Now, like Tonka just said, can the prosecution seal his alibi? Like the alibi he gives, can they seal it?
Yeah, I mean, they can ask for it to be sealed, or Ann
they can seal it from us. Yeah.
Yeah, and the judge can, they can motion the court for that, to have it sealed, and then all the judge has got to do is put an order out saying that it's sealed. Just like there's a lot of stuff that they've sealed. There's a motion that's came out for it to be sealed, and then the judge comes back and puts the order out for it.
Because the way I was told that when you provide an alibi, it goes back to the police, and they go check it out to verify it. Then they come back and tell the state attorney, "Here's what we got," and the state attorney's either going to say, "We still got a solid case," or say, "Rut-row."
Yeah. I mean, because he can provide one. They can go check it out and verify it. And if it checks out, they can come back and tell the judge, just say, okay, well, it checked out. We have to drop the charges.
But my thing is, if he had an alibi, wouldn't he have provided it already? Weeks back.
I believe
wait till last minute.
But I think he took everything they got and discovered, and he's trying to build one around what's there.
Right.
That's stupid.
I've been saying that for 2 months.
To see what they have first.
That's stupid. I would just say nothing.
I think he just thinks he's that smart.
Hey, I got to mute. I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all keep going with your conversation.
If they got his vehicle with a tag number, he's going to have to say, how did that car get into Moscow? And that's where he's going to say, I loaned it to a buddy, and he's got to provide a name.
Well, no, the thing is he can still say he was driving around because, again, if the pinging is putting him in a radius and not an exact location, then, I mean, there was a lot of people pinging in that area that night. So he doesn't necessarily have to say that. He can say that, but even if he said he went for a drive, I mean, they still have to prove everything. If phone was off, which means if they can't put him directly in the house, then they have to. I mean, what do they got?
Yeah, he can say I was driving around Moscow, but I didn't leave the house.
You got to prove you got to prove he did what he did, and I mean,
I don't think he's going to provide one.
I think it's stupid.
I don't think he'll provide one either.
No, I just figured he would have already.
Yeah, I think if he had one and it was any good, he would have.
But I still think Anne's going to mess back with the prosecution and ask for a stay, and see if she can drag this thing on for about another 3 weeks to keep them off balance.
I just honestly don't think he's going to provide one, though. An alibi.
No.
I don't see it happening.
I don't think so.
If I was his attorney, I would say, don't unless you got 100%. You're on film somewhere between 4 and 4:30.
Yeah, because they need an alibi defense, right?
Well, if he's going to use an alibi defense, he has to provide the alibi. If he's going to go that route, he has to.
I would just poke holes and try to provide reasonable doubt if I was him.
Because, I mean, honestly, Anne's not going to let him produce an alibi without her checking it out.
Oh, yeah.
And verifying it, so.
And he's got to have some kind of evidence, like he was on film between 4 and 4:30 at this store. Or my car's parked up front here. There's an ATM machine. You can see me walking up to it at 4:10.
Or with that chick.
And then I went over to this gas station over here at 4:20. Bought some gas. If he's got that, then he's out of this.
Well, that's the problem. What you're saying is, 4:20 cart speeding away. The murders happen between 4 and 4:25. So, again, if he had a couple receipts, he could build his alibi around that timeline if that timeline's off. And that's why a lot of people say, "Oh, who cares if the timeline's off?" Everybody cares.
Timelines are everything in a case like this.
Exactly. Yep. So, that tight, narrow timeline, if he has an alibi around that timeline because the time's off, then shame on whoever made up that timeline. But
there's a video of him going to an ATM at 4:15 or pumping gas at 4:15. He's out of this.
Yep.
That's why you need a timeline.
Yeah, that's why they build the case on the timeline.
And that timeline was only created because of one person, Dylan. That's who they provided that timeline based out of, and that's what they ran with. So now they got to stick with it.
Yep. Like Lion and Lamb said, time and date are the most valuable in any case. The timeline is... as soon as a case comes out, you start building a timeline.
They'll also have the autopsy reports. They'll figure out, through their liver and all that.
Yeah.
Basically the time of death.
Yeah, the coroner already figured that out.
Well, the coroner, she's shit, but I don't believe a word.
I want to hear from the medical examiner.
Exactly, the medical examiner,
the coroner shit.
The one who does the time of death and all that. I don't believe a word.
You can't say she's not calling it if she sees it.
I guess she is.
No, but I don't believe.
Well, no, she's not calling it as you see because she said they were all sleeping. They're all in bed.
Yeah.
I still
They
can't
make that
believe
statement.
they're not providing a toxicology report.
That's crazy to me.
Report.
Hey, Alter Soul, how are you?
Yeah, that's what she says. We'll see what the medical examiner says.
Yeah, I would much rather go by what the medical examiner says than I would the coroner.
Yeah, me too.
Rowing, how are you?
Because that's another one that's going to be on the stand.
Because the coroner, she has how many jobs? She can't
3.
even. She can't even get the stuff right with the Idaho. She probably was thinking about something else in a court case.
Well, that's why you always have a proofreader. Apparently, she didn't have a proofreader. I don't think a lot of these documents get proofread, honestly, before they're put out.
The coroner should have deferred all questions to the district attorney.
Right.
Exactly. She should have never done that interview. She should have. If anybody asked her questions, she should have said, "You'll have to talk to the prosecution."
And then she did more after that.
I think one more after the one she gave. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can't fix stupid.
You have to talk to the state because I know nothing.
Hey, Troll and Alter Soul, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Megan,
they can
how are
still
you?
provide an alibi without like 100% proving it. Is that correct? Like they can just come out and say my client was asleep.
But he has to prove.
Yeah, he would have to prove that.
That's what I mean. How do you prove that?
You can't.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you would
prove
have
that
to.
one.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to literally have somebody that was there with him, and even then, they would want pictures, camera footage, or something, because they're not just going to go off of him being asleep.
See, that alibi's got to show at least three or four things. It's got to show where that white car was or whose it was. It's got to show the alibi. His DNA is on a sheath, and then the phone pings. And that's what he's got to show. He's got to say, no, I was at home with my phone, and he's got to prove that. I don't know how you prove it.
There's no way of proving it.
How do you prove someone stole your knife?
If he was with somebody or out somewhere that had cameras to prove he was, then yeah.
Well, that's why I don't, and that's what I mean. I don't think it'd be smart for him to even bring an alibi. Then, yeah.
And I don't think they're going to take. I don't think they're going to take two people providing a testimony saying, "Oh, he was with me between 3:30 and 4:30."
Yeah, because they would have to check that out too.
Right.
Yeah, I would just take it to trial and then make them prove me guilty, because I don't have to you don't have to prove your innocence during a trial. They have to prove that you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. And then so that's what I would do. Alibi ain't doing him nothing right now unless he was with that girl.
I've never heard about this girl.
Me neither until tonight, but
I've never seen nothing about it.
Listen, I've been hearing things about people saying what Dateline's saying, so I'll run with anything at this point.
Well, who's the one who said that he was with an Asian girl?
I don't remember who it was that came out, or if I seen that on a Facebook group or something.
There you go, Facebook group.
Yeah, it was said though that I believe his neighbors had came out and said that they had seen him with an Asian lady a few times or whatever around his apartment building. Now, it could have been a student that was in one of his classes, and she might have lived in the same complex or whatever as him, and they might have just been walking together or whatever. I don't know, but that.
Right. See, I've never heard of.
You don't even.
Could have been a Craigslist massage therapist.
I heard it. It was during the time. I want to say whenever the students. Okay, so after Bryan was arrested and the students from WSU start doing interviews and all that, I want to say it was around that time that's when the story came out about the Asian lady.
I never heard it. I mean,
so
what is it?
They're going to put his neighbors on a stand and ask them questions about what they saw, what they remember.
Well, I know
possibly.
I know the one neighbor, his wife really didn't like him.
Right.
Now they have pictures of him leaving the campus in Washington State University, correct?
I think that was, yeah, I believe that was put in
The
the
cameras
PCA.
caught him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
leaving and coming back.
I
Yeah.
don't know how much in detail they caught. Did they get a facial shot, a tag number,
We
or
don't
they
know.
just saw that white car, that
Well,
mysterious white car?
if you remember though, whenever Moscow PD was coming out asking the public for help, looking for the white Hyundai Elantra, they said it was with an unknown plate. So I'm thinking even up to now, they possibly didn't have his plate on camera,
No.
just the car. But I am wondering though if they were able to catch on any camera around, even like the cameras on traffic lights, were they able to get his face in that car?
I guess we'll never know.
Figured they would have had that before.
I guess we'll find out in court.
Gathering all the
You
evidence.
realize how many warrants they had to pull to get all the different cameras?
Oh yeah.
If people just didn't hand them over willingly, if somebody says, "That's my property, you better go get you a warrant."
Right.
Yeah.
Probably a lot.
It's a lot easier, in my experience. It's a lot easier to hand over camera footage because if you don't, they will get a warrant and take your whole camera system.
Yeah.
But I wonder how many people that willingly gave it. You think all of them
Probably
did?
most of the people.
I would say most.
Especially
A
like the
small
ones
town
that's
like
from
that?
the Moscow area, and they're wanting whoever did this
Yep.
to get caught, and so they willingly give it
Well,
to
that,
them.
and if the cop bangs on your door, and this has happened to me, will you give us the footage? And I go, well, I don't know. Well, we'll get a warrant. We'll come back. We'll take your DVR. You probably won't get it back for 3 or 4 months. Or
Right.
do you want to just put it on a memory stick for us? I would like to put it on a memory stick for you, sir.
Well,
I'll
they
be
have
right back.
Exactly.
So they don't
It's
take the whole
easier
system.
just to hand it over
Leaves a
You know,
because then
Zapruder,
they won't think you're hiding something.
Well, it's not even that. I just don't want to lose my whole surveillance system for
Right.
3 months.
True.
I don't have
Yeah.
$1,000 laying around to replace a DVR tomorrow.
Right.
Zapruder, who took the famous Kennedy shot, after that incident happened, the very first thing he did, a friend kind of convinced him, go make copies of it.
Yep, make copies.
So he made copies, and he gave one to the Secret Service, one to the FBI. I forgot what he did with the other copies, and he kept the original. The FBI started cutting frames out of it. Of the one they got, the one they received. That means they were hiding some funny business because you still got other copies out there floating around.
Right.
But he was smart. Make a copy of it. Says, "Here, I'll give you." We've had, I've had police ask me before for a film. We gave it to him. But the state attorney says we will get you a warrant if you request it. They offer that. And I said, no, you don't need to give me a warrant. Here, you have it. I'm trying to catch the person too.
Yeah.
They had an essay running around at nighttime.
I would think they would hand over the surveillance just to catch the person that did this to these students.
Yeah, but like the traffic cameras in the state. So, I mean, they got those pretty quick, in my opinion.
In my case, it was a situation where I could have been blowing the whistle on a customer. So it was a tough call. But
we're talking about ring camera footage, right?
Well, you're talking about ring cameras. You're talking about surveillance systems. You're talking about businesses like mine that have 36 cameras sitting on a DVR.
So as far as
any type
that
of
time
camera
of
footage.
night, we're focusing on the traffic cameras.
You're
traffic. All my outside cameras, the 4 cameras that I have in the 4 corners of my building right now are all motion sensitive. So any kind of motion puts it in record mode.
But I'm saying to catch his face and to catch his back plate, that's going to be a traffic camera, not a ring camera.
It could be a ring camera.
Either.
I would think probably a traffic camera would probably be better though, right? Because of the street lights and
Well,
stuff
it
like that.
depends on what kind of traffic camera it is. If it's a traffic camera that's designed to read plates, or just a traffic camera.
Because I would think
there are different kinds of cameras there.
Like the ones that are at traffic lights and stuff like that. I mean, how did it not catch his plates?
Well, the ones that are at traffic lights that are red light cameras are triggered when the light goes into a yellow light and then to a red light.
Right.
And then when motion goes through it, it flashes to flash an image of the driver's license, the driver's plate.
Yeah, because we have those here, and if you run a red light or anything like that, you're getting a ticket in the mail.
But just a standard traffic camera that's on the side of the road or on a highway isn't made to read plates.
Those, it would be harder for those.
They
have to physically zoom in.
Here in my area, they even present ATMs picking up cars driving down the street, and they catch them like that. But they get a warrant to the bank, and they want the film from the ATMs that sit outside the banks, ones you walk up to.
Yeah. I mean, if they got his plate, they got his plate. If not, I don't know.
Shit, hold on. My chat.
I just don't see her presenting a bona fide alibi with.
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking about 10 pages report at least of where he was at, tracking each time and who the people were and how it's verified that he was there at that time. And like I said, I can't tell you what I did that night. Now that was a special night for them, so they should know.
Right. Now, like Scarlett said, now if he's using the alibi defense, he has to provide an alibi.
Right. Yeah. Yep. All right. So I ended the poll. So 47% said no, 28% said that they wasn't sure, and then 24% said yes out of 352 votes. So thank you to everyone who put their vote in.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I don't know if it's just because maybe they didn't have enough evidence to try to build one around it, or if Ann just, I don't know. I just don't see it happening.
Just like I don't see him taking a stand either.
Hell no.
Nope, I don't either.
Have you ever seen the footage that a standard Tesla records if there's motion around it?
No.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 6 cameras, I think, on the outside of those cars. That if there's any motion around the car, it records it. And people are constantly getting caught keying them and breaking windows and doing all kinds of nasty things to them. So, if anybody had a Tesla around there, they'd be looking for that too. There's cameras everywhere.
Didn't somebody say something about or ask about if there was any Teslas in that area? Like when the whole looking for the car thing first came out. It seems like I remember that being asked somewhere. Was there any Teslas in the area? I just don't remember.
Probably.
I don't know if it was somebody in chat or if I'd seen it on Twitter or something like that, but I remember that being said, or being asked if there was any around there.
I still want to know who's getting in that truck at 4:30 or 4:25, whatever time it is.
4:23?
Yeah, it might be 4:23, where somebody's getting into the back seat.
Yeah,
and
it was 4:23
in the front.
Yeah.
Oh my God! If I'm Ann Taylor, I'm showing that video right away.
Coming from that direction.
See this guy? He goes back to here towards the house, and then comes back at 4:23 and gets in a car and drives away. Wow.
Yeah.
And that's not reasonable doubt. I don't know what it is.
There's an apartment right there too where it's
Okay, what's over there? It's still reasonable doubt.
Now maybe investigators went and checked that truck out, and those guys were going deer hunting. I don't know. There's just too many coincidences in this thing.
But what's going to look funny though is if they can figure out that truck's plates or get that truck's plates on a camera, but they couldn't get this white Hyundai Elantra plate on camera. That's going to seem a little weird.
Because I like to see, if we just went there now, is that truck still parked in that same parking lot? Won't be in the same spot, but is that truck a residence?
Just in the parking lot at all?
I heard that got impounded, from what I was told.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they impounded that. Yeah, they impounded that. So
wait, they impounded the black truck?
Mm-hmm.
Or the black SUV?
Yeah.
That
You
was
talking
on
about the one
camera?
that got into it at 423?
They impounded. Yeah, they impounded some kind of SUV from that parking lot. Got impounded.
When?
I don't know. They took a couple cars.
No, they
from what I
took
was told.
cars
No,
out
they-
of the girls, the 1122 King
Yeah.
Road house. They took all 5 cars out of that. Well,
Yeah,
they
well,
call
from-
that driveway a parking lot or whatever, but
Yeah, and again, I could be wrong. Just from what I was told from again the person doing research that car was impounded, which is odd to me because of how far away it was from the scene. But
okay, now there was a black SUV that was taken out of the girls' driveway, which was Hunter and Ethan's sister Maisie's black SUV. And then they took the red Jeep, Kaylee's car, Maddie's car, and Xana's car. They took all of those out the same day. I forgot, it was, I think, like a week after the murders happened, but that was out of their driveway, the girls' driveway. And the only reason why they took Maisie and Hunter's vehicles is because once the police tape went up, they were inside the police tape, and they became at that point a part of the crime scene. So they took them and placed them at a storage building, which I thought was crazy because they left them outside where anybody and everybody could walk up to them and touch them and everything.
Well, I guess it would
else.
just make sense though, because like if I'm Ellie and I'm watching a security camera and I see somebody walk and then get back into a car and take off, I definitely want that car. I want to see if there's anything in that car. I want to see what that person was doing in that car. So
yeah,
if they take it makes sense.
Yeah, which I get why they took Maisie's black. I think hers was a Ford Explorer, I believe is what hers is. But if you were to crank her Ford Explorer up and then crank the car up, or the SUV that we heard on camera, her car is not going to be near as loud as what that SUV on camera was.
The one on camera, it was a Jeep.
Yeah. Yeah, because when it's backing out, you can see the round lights on it, on the round headlights.
Yeah, it was a Jeep.
Did we ever look I mean, I'm sure we probably don't have the footage, but I'm curious to see if that car is in that parking lot like other nights or other days. If that, that was a resident that lived there.
Well, we volunteer you to fly there and look.
Well, no, I'm talking about trying to get footage beforehand.
Yeah, like anytime around.
Yeah.
Well, if anything, it's still there.
Scarlett, is there any documentations? I forgot where you went that one day. Was it clerk of the court? Is there any documentation showing that vehicle got impounded?
I don't think I have a way to look up impounded vehicles.
Because I know they took the victims' cars. They came there.
Yeah.
Took them out of a wrecker.
They took, it was there was 5 vehicles and I don't know why they call it a parking lot, the girls' house or whatever, or just because it was big and they called it a parking lot. But it was in the driveway. But it was Xana's little blue car, Kaylee's SUV, Maddie's white car, then Hunter and Ethan's red Jeep, and then Maisie, their sister's black SUV. Stevie, yes, she drove a black, I think it was a Ford Explorer. I don't think it was the Expedition.
Why would they impound their vehicles?
Because it was inside.
Yeah, once that police tape went up around the house, anything inside of the police tape becomes part of the crime scene.
All right,
and
they can release certain things that they know. Do they think maybe he touched one of the vehicles before he went in or something? Is that what they're thinking?
I don't know. I just remember there was a video that had came out showing that Kaylee's car had been picked up by what looked like Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah.
And left in Kaylee's car. And then it was like after that, there was an interview with Ethan's parents, and his mom said that they have 2 vehicles still tied up with the defense. So I guess they were still trying to process. It was 2 vehicles and a set of golf clubs that was still tied up with the defense. So I don't know if they thought maybe they need to check it, the vehicles, like you were saying, to see if maybe this person might have brushed up against it or touched it, or if they just had to take them and process them because of it being inside that police tape.
How will the golf clubs play into this crime?
They were in the house, I guess.
Scarlett, I dropped a video of them talking about the 5 cars that they towed.
Okay. Let me grab that real quick. Because I do remember there being a set of golf clubs that was brought out of the house when they were moving. What whenever they had the U-Haul truck there and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. I wouldn't think it was that set of golf clubs.
I think they said they were Ethan's
Yeah.
golf clubs.
Well, there's golf clubs in that picture on that first floor.
Mm-hmm. In that bedroom.
Right. That
Yep.
spare room.
Spare room, yeah.
Storage room now.
So did somebody use a golf club or what?
Well, that's my whole point. What's the big deal about them if it wasn't used during the crime?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
I could see them holding it for 20 or 30 days after that. Here, you can have this. You can have your clothes.
They probably released them already, but I don't know.
And I'm sure Dylan and Bethany's got all their belongings, haven't they?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've got. I think the last thing that they were doing at the house a few weeks ago was getting the rest of the stuff out.
Like no, the house is a biohazard, right? How'd they get their stuff back?
Do what?
I said I thought the house was a biohazard. How'd they get their stuff back?
They took some of the personal belongings out just a couple of weeks ago and said that they were going to turn it over to the families. If the families wanted the stuff, they would be able to get it.
Now, when Bethany and Dylan, the day after this crime, I'm sure they put them up in a hotel room somewhere. How they gonna get them? How they gonna get them new clothes, toothbrush, toothpastes, shampoo, the whole works? Is the family gonna have to send that to them, or they got some care unit that?
I would think that somebody. I would think that somebody would go just to Walmart or something like that and go get it for them.
Yeah. I'm sure their families got their clothes at home still. It's not like they bring everything to college.
Yeah. Or they might have let them. I don't know if they would have let them take anything.
I doubt if they let them take anything.
Well, some church might have said, "Look, we'll help you out with this."
Right. Possibility.
There's missions. I mean, I know people who get out of prison, and when they get out, they got so many days to sign back into the county they're from.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know this is where I'm residing, and they give them like a 3-day supply or 5-day supply of food. And
yeah, that could have been because we sell the thing where it was, what was it, $1,400 for student lodging and meals. So that could be where it comes from, is out of that, where they went and got like personal hygiene stuff and all that for them. My email in here real quick.
And I'm sure they probably had an officer staying with them.
Oh yeah.
In, room next door to them or something like that.
Yeah, because at that time they didn't know who did this.
Exactly.
So I would think that they would have had an officer there, or security or something, to keep an eye on the girls to make sure that they were okay, and that whoever did this, and make sure that whoever did this couldn't come back and hurt them also. Let's see. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, video. Hold on. Let me grab this video real quick. Get it pulled up here. Wait.
What a bummer. You don't even get to drive your vehicle while you're staying in the hotel. You're just cranked up.
You know what the bad part is? Kaylee just bought hers Friday.
Yep.
Went and drove down to show Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Oh, that happened to my friend.
She had one day.
He just bought a brand new truck, and within a week it got stolen, and the guy who stole it committed a M1.
Mm.
So now his truck is evidence.
Yep.
And he calls the bank and says, "Do I keep making payments? What do I do?" And I think they finally worked out to get him. The bank worked out, says, "Forget that truck. We'll get a new one.
Right.
We'll go back and pick out another one."
Yeah.
But he was like 2 months without a truck.
Yeah.
That's kind of hard to get. How's he gonna get to work?
Exactly.
And I don't think that Dylan and Bethany, I don't believe they had a vehicle up there.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think
not
they
unless
did.
It was parked out on the side of that side road right there.
Yeah, it could have been, because at that point it wouldn't. I mean, nothing on that side road was inside the tape. So
nope.
But I mean, honestly, if you live close to the college or even on the campus, you really don't need a vehicle because you can always catch a ride with somebody or walk to
Or Uber.
class.
I'm sure there's no shortage of Uber drivers with all those students.
Right.
Right.
So I don't think they, and I could be wrong, but I don't think they did. Okay, let me get this video up now. Okay. All right. Hold on, I need to cut my TV off real quick. Okay.
Idaho is active again as the search for the killer in a quadruple murder enters week 3. Police towed the victims' cars away from the house today to a secure location. And it comes as we're hearing new details from the prosecutor and police about this case. Senior national correspondent Bryan is in Moscow for us. So, Bryan, what are you learning today?
Yeah, a couple of new nuggets of information, Nicole. We just wrapped up an in-depth interview with the prosecutor and with police. We're going to get to that in a second. But you mentioned it, this crime scene active yet again, more than 2 weeks later. Take a look. Just within the last hour, tow trucks showed up here and started towing away the victims and the surviving roommates' cars. We are told that police made the decision to tow those cars out of here. They're taking them to a secure location where they can do further processing for evidence. Still not a lot of progress in this case, unfortunately. A killer's still on the run. I asked the prosecutor about that, about if they've made any progress. Is there possibly someone they're looking at? Listen to what he told me a short time ago. Are there persons of interest and people that the investigators are looking at?
I think it's fair to say that there have been people of interest to the investigators, and everyone that they've identified so far, they've been able to exonerate. Perhaps exonerate isn't the best word, but they've been able to eliminate them as being an actual suspect. And we do not have a name of a person or persons who are actual suspects. That's what they're focusing on still.
So there's not someone behind the scenes that you secretly know about that you're just waiting on one more piece of evidence or one more piece of DNA and then boom, this will be settled?
I can tell you that I'm not aware of any single person with a name that we're focusing on, the investigators are focusing on.
Okay, so it could be a while.
It could be, or it could break open any time.
That is obviously not what people in this community and what the victims' families want to hear right now. There has been this hope that behind the scenes, police were making a lot of progress and that perhaps they had seen a suspect on surveillance video, something that just wasn't released to the public. I'm told that is not the case. The prosecutor telling me they have no video of the suspect that he knows of. Okay, also coming up tomorrow, there's going to be this vigil for the victims here at the University of Idaho. There are safety concerns. There are students here who are worried for obvious reasons. I asked police about that today. With the vigil Wednesday night, a lot of people are planning to go. Some people are scared, though. I mean, in other big cases, the murderer will go to a vigil.
Yeah.
Is that a concern?
So there's been a lot of speculation about that. We understand that there is community concern and fear. What I can say is that our detectives are on top of their game. We recognize there's potential contingencies for kind of everything, and so we're working on that. So a lot of the students we've spoken to said they came back to town because they want to attend that vigil, but they'll be going back home to their hometowns. They don't feel safe here. They'll continue their classes online. A couple of new nuggets I got from law enforcement today. They say there's no evidence at this point that drugs were involved at all in the killings, and you've heard them say that this was a targeted murder. I am told by the prosecutor that they don't have any evidence of which victim was specifically targeted. They just feel the house in general was targeted. Nicole?
That's an interesting new piece of evidence there. Okay, Bryan, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching.
So just the house was targeted? What kind of monkey bullshit is that?
Yep.
I mean, why the
It
house?
doesn't even make sense.
No.
What was it about the house?
Well, unless
So just the house was targeted.
Go and come.
What the?
Anybody can go and come in that house, and doors aren't locked.
Yeah, I mean that is true too.
If I was
Easy
her
access.
and they had just had a party, I'd put all 20 of those kids on the stand and ask them what they were doing the following night, just to just to get in the jury's head.
How can you sit there and say, don't know what student was targeted, and then possibly the house is a target?
Yep.
That makes no sense.
Well, especially when you released a statement saying, "Don't worry, everything's fine."
Yeah.
But no, everything's not fine because you just told us you don't have shit.
And you heard right from his mouth they have nothing on video. So I don't know where everybody thinks they have all this video evidence.
Well, that was at the 3-week point.
Yeah,
sorry.
But the dude was literally 9 miles down the road.
Yeah,
exactly.
Literally just 9
So
miles
how did he
down
get
the
his
road.
name? Where did his name come from? A birdie? Did a birdie drop off his name in a nice little basket or something? I don't understand.
Probably. The bird
These are
dropped
questions
his
nobody
name.
asks themselves. And I don't understand why.
I truly think that it came from the cellular data. I think they landed on him through the data.
How did they get him? How did they know to go to his data?
They looked at patterns.
It goes back
Patterns.
to my
If there's
other
no
question.
connection, what pattern?
Well, the pattern is what cell phones were in this
In that
vicinity
area.
on this day.
Yeah, during that
Then
time.
go back a day. Okay, what of those cell phones were there on this day?
Yep.
What of those, and they
And
go back
I
and
would
say,
and I would completely agree with that if it wasn't a Saturday night and you could probably ping around 200, 300 phones in that area around that time.
yeah, I'm not arguing
what I
with
mean?
you. I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm
I
just
think
saying,
it came from the data.
Yeah. Well, it would probably be easier. So they take it from that night, for or the morning of the murders or whatever, and then they start nights before and possibly nights after, and
Working
you realize who's not in the area on these other nights, but was in the area that night.
So when was the last party they had before this happened? Did they ever say?
That Friday night, the night before.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett, it goes back to my original question. What do they think was in those vehicles that could provide evidence? Because they said they were moving the vehicles so they can go deeper into evidence.
Well, he could have touched one.
Yeah.
Well, 3 weeks later, you're going to look for prints with
That's
snow
what
all
I
over it?
don't understand. Why did they wait so long?
Yeah, the 3 weeks doesn't make sense.
3
They
weeks.
should have gone the next day.
It doesn't, exactly.
So
They
why
should've-
they're looking at something on the inside of those cars.
Possibly. Yeah.
Now, what would be on the inside of those cars, unless they're trying to see if someone had a relationship with whoever? Of course, back then they didn't know who BK was.
Right. And it just could have been standard protocol, and
also here, when they tow one, they put it inside of a trailer, because here they're towing this thing down the road. Look at all this stuff.
I was wondering about that too. What the hell are they doing using jerry lifts on those cars? They should at least been on a flatbed with a tarp.
Yep.
Well, whenever it was mentioned about them being towed, that was the first thing that ran through my mind, that they put them on a flatbed.
And did anybody see them doing any fingerprint checks on those vehicles on the outside?
Wasn't there snow on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, but before there was a chance they could have got it before the snow.
Yeah, I mean, as much media was there, I never saw a video or anything like that of them.
I can't imagine they
doing prints in the car.
Trying to pull prints in the cold. I would think they would bring it into a controlled temperature environment before they even tried.
But they didn't even whenever they took it to the storage facility, they didn't even put the cars inside. They just left them out.
Oh, they were outside?
Yeah.
Oh,
so maybe they weren't.
Yeah,
they
left them outside. They had them at the storage building, and they left them lined up outside. I want to say somebody said that they were out by the road. Anybody could have walked by them, touched them, or anything.
Maybe they weren't using them for evidence or anything.
That's crazy.
Maybe they
None of
just
this
towed
shit
them.
makes any sense.
It don't. That don't make no sense at all. If that was the case, why didn't you just leave them there and call the parents and have them come pick them up?
Because whenever Kaylee's car was picked up, there was a guy out there. Like I said, it looked like it was Mr. Gonzalez standing out by the car. And there was, I believe, an officer was getting the snow and all that off the windshield for him. And then he gets in the car and leaves in Kaylee's SUV.
Yeah. Yeah, because I seen a I was listening to the video of him driving around on her birthday,
Mm-hmm.
going to different places that supported
Right.
him.
Yeah, him and
And he said he was driving her vehicle.
yes, it was him and Chanley Painter from Court TV. She rode with him.
Yeah.
When
And
he
if
was
I
doing
was
that.
Ann, I would want to see that first officer on the scene, his body cam.
Hell yeah.
What did he step in or didn't step in?
Well, that's why they got the 51 terabytes. I believe that's some of their body cams.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
good
was
going,
it?
Betty Jo. I didn't think about that.
51 terabytes. Didn't it say audio and video? Is that what it said?
Audio, video, reports.
And then
Documents.
20,000 documents.
Yeah.
Is what they said was turned over, and so many pictures, and
Yep.
I want to say 1,800 pictures or 1,800 and something. I believe is what it said of pictures. So I'm wondering if everything that they turned over in that one at that one time, was that all included in the 51 terabytes, or was that 51 terabytes just audio and video of interviews, body cam footages, street cameras, doorbell cameras, stuff like that?
Yep.
I bet they just threw it all at him at once.
Yeah.
And
what it sound like.
Yeah, that's basically what they did. They just threw it all at the defense, and then the defense has to go through every bit of it to find everything that they're looking for. But that's her job.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so
it's her job to go through it all.
Yeah. It's not like the state's gonna
Line it up
alphabetize it
for
for
you.
you and then hand it over to you. So
Well, thanks for having me up. I'm going to slide out before I forget to mute and get caught yawning or snoring or something.
Take care, Big Al. Good to see
Y'all
you
have a
again,
great
partner.
night.
All right, you have a good night.
It's good having a mild, intelligent argument with y'all.
Oh, for
Always.
sure. It's always
See you later.
been fun. All right, have a good night. Donald, how are you? I don't know what happened to Lady D.
Then there was 4.
She left.
I don't know if she got knocked off or
Is she
what
still
happened.
in pain?
Yeah, she said earlier she was still hurting a little bit, but she just all of a sudden just dropped off. She didn't say she was leaving or anything like that, and I haven't seen her in chat. So I don't know if her
The edible
internet
probably kicked in or something.
was. Yeah, that could be it too.
Yeah, no.
I haven't seen her in chat either, so I know her internet messes up, and I can't pull her name up either. A lot of times, but that's usually like at 3:06 in the morning it starts messing up, so it's a little bit too early for that. Let's see. I went to a live earlier today, and the host was pretty much yelling at people. Oh wow. She isn't in chat. I can't pull her name up. Yeah, Summer, the only one I can pull up is her nail one, the nail elegance. But I haven't seen her say anything in chat either, so there must be something. It could be something wrong with her internet. I don't know.
Can I say hi to Summer?
Sure.
Hi, Summer. We
Can
see
I-
each other all day long on different
Can I
channels.
say hi to Summer?
Yeah, because y'all all go to the same chats and stuff, right?
Just about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just same
Yeah.
little group. Yeah.
I see her in there, and then I see Riddler, and then I see Willie.
Yeah, I take shit everywhere else except here. I like it here. I can actually say an opinion without
Well,
everybody freaking losing their
here,
minds.
everybody's opinion, no matter if we agree or disagree, is welcome, and nobody has to worry about getting attacked or bashed or anything like that. So,
Yeah. I just
It's
don't
no
understand, like I
fun.
said, if I'm going to sit there and listen to people literally, take or use what Dateline's saying as fact and, get mad at my opinion, I just don't understand that. Like, how do we know that Dateline is providing the correct information that he bought a K-bar knife off of Amazon? Where is that listed? Where is that a fact?
I am not going to believe that because they're claiming it. They've got proof of it. I'm gonna have to hear it during the trial before I believe it, and it could very well be true. That's where he bought it from, was Amazon. But people saying that they've seen receipts and all this and that, there is not a receipt that has been produced to the public showing that he bought that K-bar knife from Amazon. It is not out there. So the only people, if it is, it's going to be Ann Taylor and her team, the prosecution and law enforcement. That is the only people. Not the media doesn't have it. Nobody else in the public has it.
No,
Only
I
those
get
few
why
people.
I get why people go off a Dateline because they come out and they say our sources are
Right.
FBI agents that are retired. I get that, but they get things wrong too. So you really can't rely on that.
Well, there's just so many games being played, and that's what lawyers do.
Well, yeah, of
Defense
course.
wants to get one up on the state wants, but if you got, I'm like Willie, if you got such a rock solid case, I don't care how close you're holding those cards to your chest, you didn't have to call for a grand jury. The guy can't get out because there's no bond.
Or like the lawyer said, put a damn gag order on everything, but everybody thinks it's normal. Oh, it's normal.
Yeah, but Ann Taylor is the one who wanted the gag order. I mean,
What?
they both did, but she wanted it more.
Yeah, she pushed more for it, I think, than the state did. But the state also wanted it. She for sure wanted the cameras out of the courtroom, and I
Yeah.
believe it was the state that come in and was like, "Well, we don't really want them in there either, but Judge, if it's up to you."
And didn't want cameras in the courtroom?
Nope.
Because
that
of the because the media was scrutinizing Bryan. They were criticizing his every movement. The camera zooming in on his face and
Hey, well, listen,
all
we want
that.
to see that shit.
That's it.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
other
Willie,
court-
he had some red marks on one of his jaw, and everybody's already seen those are fingernail scratches.
He went.
When it was
He
shaven.
went. Okay, so what I'm curious to see is because they're going to go to his doctor and they're going to pull that report for his physical. So I'm curious to see what was marked down during his physical, what she remembers seeing, all that kind of jazz. Because that was 5 days after the crime.
Did they even say a date?
I don't know, 5 or 10 days, something like that. I thought.
I know it wasn't long after. I want to say within a week.
Yeah, Riddler. I'm curious to see what she had seen on him, or why he would even take the chance and go into a physical after doing that. It's beyond me. But hey, that's another conversation.
And once again, if it's a rock solid case, Bethany did not have to come back to Idaho. She could have met them. I'm sure they'd have met her in her hometown if they wanted to, but she was going to meet with them in Nevada, so she wouldn't have to come back to see the criminal. But they stopped that. The state doesn't want to hear that, but they're going to hear it in court one day.
Well, yeah, but they also did the grand jury to protect witnesses.
Yeah, I believe that's the reason why they did it. No way, no, we don't even know. I don't even know where that came out about him going to a doctor for a physical or whatever. But to
if
me,
it's true, then we'll hear about it. If
yeah,
not,
it'll be brought out in the trial. Now, if he's the one that did the murders, hey Pink, how are you? And then this dude goes to the doctor, whether it's physical or just a medical checkup or whatever it is. I think that's him trying to look as normal as possible.
Yep.
Just in case he did get caught, then he can say, "Look, I went to the doctor just a couple of days after this happened, and if I did this, wouldn't y'all think I would have had marks on me? But I went to a doctor. They would have marked that down because they would have asked me what it was."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but we don't know if it's true.
Didn't one of the nurses say?
Oh, how nice he was, allegedly.
Yeah.
But
I thought that was his hairdresser when he went for a haircut. I thought she's the one that said how nice he was and how polite he was.
Well, there was a nurse also.
Yeah, allegedly the nurse where he went to this doctor at was talking about, and I just don't honestly, she broke HIPAA violations when she did it, if it is true. But she said that he was so nice and polite, and that the doctor usually doesn't brag on anybody, but the doctor even noticed how nice and polite he was and commented about it, and all this and that. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. If it is, it'll be brought out in the trial. Hey, Carlos, how are you?
Yeah.
Sally Mae said Ted Bundy was charming, and maybe that's what he was trying to go for. Sally Mae, if he's the one, he might have been trying to go for that. I don't know. But
You know what's an
it's
interesting character? Charles Manson was an interesting character. That dude could talk for 5 hours about anything.
I remember
crazy to go
watching a
watch it.
movie about him.
What's it called?
I don't. Oh shit! What was the name of the movie?
He was connected to the Beach Boys.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
we were talking about the Charles Manson movie, and I couldn't remember the name of it. And somebody in chat.
Well, the Charles. Well, that's not the Rob Zombie movies. That's not based on Charles Manson, is it? House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects. Only because the dude in the video or the movie looks like
Helter
Charles Manson.
Skelter was the one that I watched.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, Helter Skelter.
Thank you, Libra and Summer.
Yeah, Willie, he was connected with a drummer, I believe.
Jesus.
The Beach Boys, and he got all upset about something with them.
Wasn't it one of his songs that he wrote or something like that? Y'all said.
Yeah. He wrote
He's
a
nuts.
song.
But it's crazy because when he's speaking, like half of it sounds like it makes no sense, but like some of it sounds like he's pretty freaking intelligent, but he's just not all there, kind of. So I think I don't know what's up with him. I wasn't really around with all that, so.
Yeah, that was. I don't even remember when was he even like all that going on. That was like in the 70s, right?
Yeah, I just remember the interview when they
before my
asked him
time.
like who he is, and he's like, I'm nobody, and then he makes like 5 different faces at the interviewer, and then stands up.
And he never even went on the to the scene of the crimes.
No, it was all of his followers, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah,
and he was the first person that was convicted that way.
Oh well. And Brad said that the Beach Boys stole his music.
Huh.
Yeah, it had something to do with he was getting into music, and there was one of the Beach Boys. I don't want to say the drummer. I don't know why that sticks in my head. And they used his music, but he never got credit for it.
Yeah,
It had something like that. I have to go back over that.
Well, yeah, like from what I heard like the government knew about Manson, and like they were on his radar and everything, and I don't know. I don't really know about. I didn't look into that conspiracy, but that's just what I heard.
Look at Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah,
I mean, he wasn't on the radar.
True. I just feel like they have to make an example out of somebody every so often, so to calm shit down. But I just don't know why that chick got out a couple days ago that helped him with the murders.
Yeah, wasn't the governor out there said that he wasn't going to fight to try to keep her in there anymore?
That's
or
wild.
Something like that. And so they just let her out. And
Jesus.
do y'all remember right after the murders happened? I want to say that it was Bryan that
love it, bro.
Did an interview and said that that the murders looked like it was like someone who was trained to do it. Do y'all remember that?
In Idaho?
Yeah. It was like not long after it happened.
No, I thought like it was kind of like an assassin type murder, because I thought everybody was sleeping, and to do that and and not wake somebody up, you have to kind of know where to.
You have to be stealthy.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know what you're kind of doing. But if this was just a spur of the moment, collateral attack, then anybody is capable of that. It's just like we're talking about, to not trace anything out of a collateral attack is very difficult, because you have people fighting back, you have people running around.
It's just that there had to be something on the person who did this.
Something.
How many victims did they have, that Manson bunch?
I have no idea.
I know one was a famous movie star, the female.
Yeah, that was Sharon Tate. I do remember that. Wait, Vapor, who is buried?
Manson.
Oh, okay.
He's dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he passed.
He died in jail.
Was he put to death?
I don't think so.
No, I think he died of natural causes.
Okay. To Manson service.
He's in charge of keeping the courtyards of the chapel.
Okay, so Vapor said Manson's service didn't end with a burial. His body was cremated, and his ashes were spread along a nearby creek bed in a forest. I would not want to live nowhere near that creek bed.
I'm a boxcar and a jug of wine. Listen, he has a lot of good like one-liners. I'll give him that. Like if you
Hey,
actually
Liza.
watch his interviews and stuff, he's an interesting character.
Yeah, that right there, that creep bed's got bad juju.
Yo, he's creepy.
Yeah, I would not want to live anywhere close to it. Seriously.
How'd you like to be in a cell?
No.
He didn't kill nobody though. Come on now.
Well, wasn't Ted Bundy's ashes? He was cremated, and his ashes were spread out across the mountains or something in Washington.
Yep.
Where his victims were found or something. It seems like I remember that.
Danny Rolling was buried at the cemetery there at the prison.
I didn't even know Ted Bundy was dead.
You know he was dead?
No.
Yeah, he was put to death.
I still thought he was on death row.
No, he was electrocuted.
Okay.
I gotta watch now. Is his trial still like? Are people able to watch that? Was that televised?
That was the
You
very
could
first
probably look it up on
televised
YouTube.
trial.
Yeah.
And he represented himself?
Yeah, sure did.
He
and
did.
was winning. He was winning until the teeth marks. That's how they got him.
Teeth marks?
Yeah, he bit one of the victims.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he bit one of the victims, and then they were able to show that those teeth marks matched his. What I'd like to do is poll the jury and says, till that came out, who was winning?
Yeah. He was doing pretty good.
Oh, he was doing so well that even the judge told him, he said, I'm sorry you chose this, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously. I'm sorry you chosen this way of life because you're a real good lawyer.
You could have been a good lawyer. Wow.
Yeah, you'd have made a good lawyer.
Leanne talking about Ted Bundy. That's how he was.
Yeah, somebody to
how
marry him. He sounds like a nutbag.
But I know that there are some. I've seen like different clips, video clips of him when he was in the courtroom. So I'm pretty sure you could probably find the whole trial on YouTube somewhere.
Oh, so he did a better job than Daryl Brooks?
Oh yeah.
God.
He was smarter.
I think a 10-year-old who could read really good could be better than Daryl Brooks.
My granddaughter could be better than Daryl Brooks.
And
He
Willie,
is the stupidest criminal I think I've seen that year.
Willie, an investigator left
Leanne, you're welcome.
Washington and flew all the way here to Florida and interviewed him. And he told him, he says, when you find a body, just leave it there. The SK will come back, return to it later. And
Wait, Ted Bundy said that?
Yep, sure did.
Oh,
He said, and so they did that, and that's how they caught. Is it Ridgway, who was the Green River killer?
I don't know.
Ridgway?
Yeah.
Well, I have a buddy that said
that's
that
how
too.
they caught him.
Yeah, I have a buddy that said that too. He said that these guys shouldn't be put to death, which again I don't agree with. But he said that we should study them instead of killing them, because then we could stop more crime in the future, kind of like what you just said, because they know.
Study them while they're on death row.
Yeah, they know that sick shit, all that
They are the
mentality of it.
They are the MRI their brains.
Yeah, and then
wasn't there an SK that had his? They did an MRI of his brain.
There, Charles Whitman, former veteran, United States Marine Corps. He was in a tower in the University of Texas, and I forgot how many he shot and took out. But he said, if they ever arrest me or put me to death, I want you to do an autopsy on my brain. They did one, found a tumor in it.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of, because it seems like I remember.
Yeah, that's Charles Whitman.
Okay. And I was
Where did he learn how to do it? In the United States Marine Corps.
Yep, they taught him how to.
See, Mirage said that Whitman was a genius. I don't guess I've ever heard of Whitman. Other than
brother,
just
you have a lot to teach me, dude.
Riddler and Lady V are the two that knows a lot about those different cases like that.
He told me about Gainesville, and he told me about Routier, and that's it. And he stopped. I was on a roll too.
There was a female here in Florida. She was a prostitute, and then all of a sudden she started taking out her Johns.
The Eileen Mornos?
I guess that was her name. And
yeah.
Then they had her on that Christian Broadcasting Network, and she's born again. All of them are just about.
Right.
And they should. They told back then Bush was our governor. Yeah.
Yeah, she did bad in court and everything else. I remember seeing interviews after I watched the movie about Eileen Wuornos and like how she grew up and her and her girlfriend and stuff like that. And there was different video clips of her in interviews and while she was in court and how bad she would do and scream and holler and everything else. Eileen Wuornos. You don't know? You've never heard of her?
Listen, Charlotte, I didn't hear about Casey Anthony up until like 3 weeks ago. So
you have to look her up. She's deceased now, but she's very. It's a very interesting case about her. She was done bad when she was younger. I don't remember exactly what it was. I do remember her being done bad, and for whatever reason, I think one of the guys tried to essay her or something like that or whatever. But there is a movie about it, and then she ends up she turns into an SK.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's a very interesting case.
Yeah, I think she was still their jewelry and their wallet, stuff like that, money.
Let me see if I can find the name of the movie that she played in.
You know who's a bad killer? I'm sorry, bad SK, if you want to call it that, is Richard Kuklinski from Jersey City, Jersey. Did you ever hear about him? Killed like over 200 people.
No, I've never heard of him.
Never heard of Richard Kuklinski?
When was it?
I mean, there's a movie called Iceman. That's about
seen
him.
That movie.
I think I met his cousin in Union, New Jersey, at a cemetery. But I think this happened. I think it was the 90s, maybe 80s, 90s. He was, but he was a hitman though. But he had a family, and like his family had no idea and all that. So
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he didn't like just
I think
random people, but
I think it was in '88 when he.
Yeah.
One of the saddest ones was in Atlanta. There's a guy around picking up children, and they would be missing. And I'm talking about he had at least, I want to say at least 10, but I'm sure there might have been more. But they finally caught him too.
Yeah, I mean Richard, like I said, he did some hits for the mob, but like he unalived like 4 people at impulse, or then 2 people at a stoplight, another guy at a stoplight, just because they yelled at him or looked at him wrong. So he didn't just work for like the mob. Anybody that questioned him, looked at him wrong, just took him out, and he didn't stop. And he would just put him in a drum and just leave him on like the corner of a block. That's it. Because back then they didn't really have the technology.
Okay, so I dropped a link in the back chat, Willie, to the IMDb thing about the movie, but the movie is called Monster.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is it decently rated?
I mean, I liked it, but
okay. And the only reason I ask is because like a couple people recommended the Blair Witch Project to me. And
oh Lord!
I watched it 2 days. I watched it 2 days ago, and I was so pissed. Like,
this one was good. And I forgot who the lady is. Hold on, let me pull it back up. But the lady that they got to play her, Charlize Theron. When they put her in this movie, they made her look almost identical to the real Eileen Wuornos. They did a good job on her. But it's a good movie.
Well, I'll trust you. Harlot got me to watch. I don't know if you know Harlot, but she got me to watch Blair Witch Project. That was so underpleased. It was absurd.
They had a good one on Bigfoot one time.
What'd you say?
They had a good one, the Blair Witch Project. They had a good one on Bigfoot.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, like I said, if I was like first seeing that movie, I would have thought it was real footage, but the ending was just very underwhelming to me. Very. But I'll check out this Monster. Okay.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Anyway.
Just like the one year when they had the shootings on I-95.
Oh, I remember that Maryland.
From the guy being in the trunk, shooting out of his trunk.
Oh
Or-
yeah, this
What
was
a
the guy and his
concept!
son or
What a
something.
concept!
Yeah, it was this guy and his it was a guy and
Yeah,
his son.
yeah, I remember that. They made a
Wait,
movie about it.
that was the you talk, didn't he shoot from an overpass or something too?
I thought they cut like a hole in the.
They cut a hole in the trunk and he stuck his
Yeah.
rifle
Because
there.
when that happened, if it's the same one I'm thinking about, we had went to me and Troll and his cousin had went up to New Jersey. We had to take something up there and drop off, and it was literally a 24-hour drive up there, a 24-hour drive back. Eric, have a good night. And right after we got home, within probably, I don't know, maybe a week, that's when that happened.
No,
And
this was from the. He was shooting out of the trunk.
Okay. This would have happened.
And the dad was
2002.
Or the driver. He was a veteran.
There's Harlot.
Yeah, and his son was the one that was shooting out of the.
That may be the same one I'm thinking about. I just remember it was in 2002, and I thought, oh shit, that we literally drove right through there.
And Willie, you'll like this. Police have put out there looking for a mysterious white van. When he was doing the shoot, so from that point on, he's listening to the news. He starts doing his shooting when he gets next to a white van. Then everybody just scatters as soon as they hear the gunfires. So they start arresting people in white vans and doing forensics. Yeah, that's why I'm a little shaky on this case here.
On the white Elantra?
yeah.
But that's like, because when it was happening, I was planning on coming here to North Carolina to visit, and it's like, nope, I ain't going nowhere.
I mean, I was a kid when that happened. I just faintly remember, like,
I'm not getting shot on the way down.
Yeah, some kind of movie or something. I saw something where somebody stuck a barrel out of the trunk and then they cut a hole in the trunk for the scope.
I mean, they finally caught him, but it was like everybody was on edge.
Now, Riddler, what were they doing? Were they putting the seats down in the back and then like laying like sniper position and then shooting that way?
Yeah, they went through the trunk and he drilled a hole through it.
Yeah.
And actually he turned himself in. They still never caught him. He got mad because he like, God, y'all are this dumb, can't figure it out. By now I'm doing it. I mean, he was taunting them like that. He said, let me give you another clue. And he might as well give him a roadmap to where he was staying. But and they would even start later on announcing where they were going to what day they would make a hit. They says, our next victim is going to be a school kid.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, they got one off the bus.
They shot a kid?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget Jesse Ventura, Governor Jesse Ventura, making a statement because he's a former
Is that the
Navy
guy with
SEAL.
Is that the guy with the ponytail?
Navy Jesse?
No. Yeah, they did Ventura.
Yeah, he might have had a ponytail at one time. He's
gray hair.
He's older guy. He's probably about in his 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he says if those two guys can paralyze 3 or 4 states, imagine what 3 SEALs can do.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, that whole area was paralyzed. Nobody was going out hardly.
Nope.
And there's just so many around. And
well, I mean, like you can't commit those kind of crimes today and get away with it for that long. I don't think
now you got all these road cameras.
That's what I mean. I mean,
yeah. Because back then they didn't have so many cameras. Now,
well, yeah.
Now
I mean, look at
a
this
device.
Long Island guy.
They got a device here in my hometown. They can tell you where the gunshots were fired from.
Exactly.
Didn't it start out in Virginia? Is where he started out.
The DC one.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I just had it pulled up to
DC
make
sniper.
sure.
I want to say he was in Maryland, Virginia.
Okay, so the attacks, also known as the Beltway sniper attacks, were a series of coordinated shootings that occurred in October 2002 throughout the Washington metropolitan area, including D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
Yeah.
It said it lasted for 6 months, starting in February of 2002.
Jesus.
10 people were murdered, 3 others were critically injured, and in October, in total, he murdered 17 people.
Yep.
And wounded 10 others in a 10-month span.
Jesus mighty.
Yep.
And then turned himself in?
Well, he gave so many clues on it. He says, "Hey guys, come on, I can give you 5 more."
Jesus.
It says that it triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history, which eventually led to the capture of John Allen Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. It was
Yeah,
crazy.
because at the time, I think the guy was a minor, wasn't he?
I think, yeah, one of them was.
I think he was what, 17?
And they were trying to make it where he wouldn't be tried as an adult.
Was he?
Well, I think I know the other guy got life, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. What did his son get?
I don't know what he got, but he was a trigger man.
And that's what I mean. So
I hope he got life also.
I don't know. It was scary.
yeah, I remember. Like I said, what year was that?
2002.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I remember. I was what, 8? Yeah, I remember it like faintly. I was 9 or something. 9 years old. I just remember hearing about it, and then they had somebody, but somebody said they were sleeping.
Liza said she was living there during the time and that they used to run from the parking lot to the stores. I don't blame you. I would too.
So they were just shooting random? It wasn't like...
Just
that's a scary thing.
Random at anybody.
Not knowing where it's going to come from and all that, or when it could happen or anything like that.
Yep. It's crazy.
That's wild. So, and there was no mode, like there was nobody knew why.
No, not that I know. Not unless they ever said why.
That's weird as hell. Just right around shooting people with your son. That's a weird flex.
I think they were a little off in the head.
You think?
Just a little.
How about that guy? Remember that guy out in Pennsylvania that shot? He was like, I think he shot 2 state troopers or something, or 3, or Eric. Was it Eric Frayne? Was that his name? He hid out there in like a hangar in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. They got him, kind of out where Bryan was from. Do you guys remember that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 or 3 cops were ambushed, and he was on the run for a while. But like I said, today you can't do that stuff today with like Riddler said, the cameras and stuff. So I don't even know why people even commit crimes today.
But do you remember when Atlanta hosted the Olympics and a security guard found a pipe device and Richard Jewell, is that his name?
The one that planted it?
And the FBI was blaming him, the security guy, because he's the one that found it. And all that time, it was this guy hiding in North Carolina.
Yeah.
It's Summer. Summer just realized what your pick was, Betty Jo.
Yeah, I found that on Facebook one time and just decided to use it.
Scarlett, I'm going to jump down and go to bed. I'm getting tired. I got some errands to run tomorrow.
Okay.
But I enjoyed it being up here. It's a great panel. You have an outstanding channel, and you got some wonderful members and participants. And
for sure.
Love and light to everybody. And I'll see you all
night,
tomorrow.
buddy.
You going to be on tomorrow night?
Yes, I will be here.
Good. Take care,
night,
Willie.
Riddler.
Take care, Betty Jo. Yes.
Hey, man, have a good night, man. Sleep well.
All right.
Summer and my friends from
night.
Australia. Bye.
Good night.
All right, so Trollop said, how do y'all know all these people? I thought BTK was an old wrestler, the Heartbreak Kid, or Brett the Hitman.
Jesse Ventura used to be a wrestler. Then he became, what did he say, governor or mayor of Florida?
I think he was governor.
Yeah. I'm old, so I know a lot of.
Yeah, Riddler and Lady B, usually when them two are up here together, they know more about a lot of these older cases than I know.
Yeah, see, I don't know a damn thing.
So,
yeah, they know a little bit more than I do.
Yeah.
I'm only 56.
Well, I mean, like Ted Bundy and people like that I've heard of. I just don't know the cases like they do.
Oh, I know Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
I know Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy,
Jesus.
BTK. I know their cases.
Monsters.
Yep.
Yeah, very disgusting people. And I did see where, and I tried to find the article, but BTK had said that this Long Island guy,
It's clone.
yeah, was like his clone or his was it clone? Is that the word that he used, or was it copycat?
I think he said clone.
Clone,
From
but
what I
yeah,
remember.
a clone of him is how he put it. Hey, Lungier, how are you?
Yeah.
And somebody has, because to begin with, they were trying to kind of like compare BK to BTK, and I think it's more BTK to Lisk, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean,
Well, he didn't. I mean, you said they were trying to say BTK was tied to BK.
Well, no, that they were trying to compare BK, Bryan Kohberger, to BTK,
BTK.
because Bryan Kohberger had studied under Catherine Ramsland out at DeSales University, and Catherine Ramsland worked with BTK to write a book about him.
Oh.
And so they were trying to like compare the two because of that.
But from how it's described, he didn't do. I don't know. It just sounds like this BTK guy wants too much credit for like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
he
he
should
was.
just like stop talking.
He was way
Go
worse. Yeah, he did.
He did unthinkable things.
Oh, he's been doing.
Yeah.
He's been doing this kind of like.
He's in
talking-
SK. He's in jail
BTK
or
is
in prison. Yeah.
No, I know that. I saw his daughter speak on him.
Yeah.
His daughter is like the sweetest person.
She
ever.
is. She's yeah.
And
I feel bad
the
for her.
sad part is, his wife and his daughter didn't know nothing about it.
Right.
What was his occupation?
At one time, he was installing security systems at houses, and that's how he would get access to the houses.
And he was what, a participant in his church and all that.
Yes. Went to college for criminology or criminal justice, one of the two, and all that.
Yep.
Jesus. And how many people did he unalive?
Does anybody in chat know? Let me Google it.
Was it more than was it double digits, single digits?
I want to say like.
Oh, let's see.
Because I know
Mariah said 14.
Yeah, I was going to say 18.
And he did that to 36 others?
I know he'd do some, and then he would wait a while, do some more.
Jeez. And how
Sally Mae, his real name was Dennis Rader, is Dennis Rader, and the BTK stood for bind, torture, and murder, but the K word.
Yeah.
YouTube doesn't like us saying that word on here, so.
Oh, is that why everybody like switches around what they say because of YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah, you have to, because there's certain words they don't like.
I try. Yeah, I try. It's just
Okay, so it said that he
getting better.
murdered 10 people in Wichita and Park City, Kansas between 1974 and 91.
Okay.
I've seen somebody, I got to go back and find the comment, but somebody says something about, okay, so BTK's wife caught him taking staged pictures of himself. And I believe somebody else said that he liked dressing up in women's clothing or something like that also.
Jeez.
That's another case that I've only caught, like, just what I've scrolling through social media, and there may be an article or something about him.
He was
that I've read. It wasn't one of those cases that I've like deep dived into. Chrissy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
He was a doozy.
Yeah, but his daughter, though, like I said, she is.
He looks like a little douche. I'll smack him in his mouth.
You know what he reminds me of? Seriously, have you ever seen the picture of the grumpy cat? Like the big fluffy cat that's always got the mean look on his face.
Yeah, yeah.
That too, BTK reminds me of in a lot of his pictures of the grumpy cat.
I got to look him up because I want to make sure he's what I before. He has glasses, right?
Yes.
Well, that's like when
Yeah, he looked like a little like
the
science
that his
teacher.
daughter did.
Lieberman, I can't remember if Lady V knew him or if it was something to do with a family member of her husband's. I can't remember. We'll have to ask her when she comes back in. But I do remember her saying something. But it seems like it was something to do with a family member that was one of his victims. We'll have to find out. And Chrissy, you're very welcome.
And his daughter never, or the wife never noticed anything.
Nope. Just like his
Where
daughter.
Where did he do? Like, was he doing this during work hours? Would he sneak out at night? When did he do this? Especially 30-some people that he.
I think he did it all different times at the.
Oh. Huh.
Oh well, Lieberman, I just saw your message to me. I will get back to you as soon as I'm done on here for the night. Let's see. Ed Kemper was awful. Mariah, is that another SK? Ed Kemper? See, a lot of these people, like now John Wayne Gacy, I've heard of it. That's another person that I haven't looked into, but he had like the clown face or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't do clowns. I don't dolls, nothing like that.
You said dolls?
Dolls are creepy.
You don't like Chucky?
No. Well, Chucky wasn't that bad, but like some people collect dolls and they're just wherever you move in a room, it looks like they're following you.
Yeah, no.
And some of them are very creepy looking, and I don't like dolls like that. I don't clowns or nothing like that. I remember I don't know, it's like several years ago, people in random places would end up they would dress up in clown suits.
I don't like clowns. I don't do clowns.
Do what, Willie?
Yeah, well, they were just showing up places with like a hatchet, just like standing there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's creepy.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Kemper is fascinating. I've never heard of Ed Kemper either. Chucky wasn't that bad. I mean, it's just some dolls that people have in their house, or like the Annabelle doll and all that.
Yeah, it's funny because my nephew, when he was little, he had a Chucky doll.
Chat, man, someone.
But as he got older, like 4 or 5, he couldn't stand it.
Yeah, I don't do dolls.
I mean, it didn't help that his brothers would chase him around the house with it either. But
oh yeah, that kind of made it worse. Don't look up Ed Kemper either. Nightmares. Now, see, now I'm gonna have to go look him up to see what he's about. I've never heard of him.
You ever look into Ed Gein?
No, never heard of him either.
Really?
Mm-mm. Like I said, a lot of these cases I've never heard of. I've heard of John Wayne Gacy. I've heard of like Dahmer. I've heard of Bundy, people like that. But a lot of these other ones, I haven't.
You've heard of Ed Gein. I'm certain of it.
And maybe if I look into him, I probably heard stories about it.
Where did he?
Ed Gein, Ray Lucas.
Otis Toole. Where have I heard that name at?
I've heard that name too.
I didn't hear the last two.
Oh, Otis Toole is the one that kidnapped. John? Is it John Walsh? He's the one that took John Walsh's little boy, right? Adam.
I think so. Yeah.
So that's where I've heard that name at. Micro Blue, how are you? Kemper was horrible. See, I'm gonna have to look into this Kemper dude now. And then the Rollings guy that Riddler mentions a lot, I think he did some stuff in Louisiana. And I'd never heard of him until Riddler had brought him up.
You'd be surprised. There might be one living right next to you.
Because I got family living next door to me. So
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you?
So yeah, Ed Gein is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh,
Oh,
I've heard of that.
well, if you would have said that,
Yeah.
Well, listen, you guys are into the true crime stuff. You should know it.
well, if you would have said Texas
Well, I
Chainsaw
can't just
Massacre, then we would have known.
tell you
Yeah.
everything.
CES started in Shreveport. Thank you, Jasan. Yeah. So.
And Silence of the Lambs. Oh, that's a good movie too.
Oh, that's.
Hello, Clarice.
Yeah. See, they don't make horror movies like that
Silence
anymore.
of the Lambs is which dude? Is that the one I said that they should have did
Hannibal Lecter.
Letitia? Yes, that's who I said they should have did Letitia like.
Yeah.
During a trial.
That movie's messed up.
I don't ever know when Sally Mae is joking or not. Summer, you got to get used to Sally Mae. She gets me all the time. She will say stuff, and then she's just like, "I got you." Wait, let me see what she said though, because I have to question a lot of things. Wait. Porcelain dolls. Oh, she's got porcelain dolls. Okay. It's back in the day when I was younger, a lot of people collected porcelain dolls. Some of them
They
are
scare
worth
me
a lot
too.
I mean, some of them are really nice, and some of them are
Or
worth
a
a
little
lot of
creepy.
money. I don't know what it is. I guess after I watched that Annabelle movie, that done it for me. I just don't like dolls.
Yeah, I can't watch no scary movies by myself.
Oh God, me and
Really?
Troll have watched
Yeah.
just about every horror movie out there.
Now, if somebody's watching them with me, I'm all right. But if I'm watching it by myself, I change channel
Uh,
because then I start hearing noises.
yeah, we watch a lot of them. My cousin used to watch them with us, and I forgot what movie it was, but this little boy, it was a movie about a little boy, and he like jumped up at the camera, and my cousin almost flipped our couch.
I think I would have jumped out the window. That's like all the screens. I've seen all the screens except for the new one.
But you haven't seen the new one?
No, because I can't. Well, I can't see it right now because I can't see. But
Yeah, I think I've watched every single horror movie, and like I said, I saved the Blair Witch Project till last, and I still have Strangeland or whatever. But is it called Strangled or Strangeland? What's it called, Scarlett?
Wait, what is it now?
Oh, there's forget.
It's a movie.
Yeah, I think it was 1998. I think came out.
Who plays in it?
Well,
wait. Harlot said Strangeland.
Yeah, you ever see it?
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
I've never seen it.
I watched the trailer and I do not want to be disappointed again, so I'm holding off.
In '98.
Because I liked growing up. I liked like Freddy Krueger. He's always
Oh
the one
yeah,
that.
I've seen all them too.
You know what I mean? If I had to pick, some kind of person to be, that's who I want to be because you can haunt people's dreams, and that is.
That one I don't think I've ever seen.
I've seen all Friday the 13th.
Yeah. See, Jason was all right. Michael Myers scared me more.
All the Halloweens.
Yeah, he messed me up too.
Except for the new one, I could,
Let's see. Teacher says.
Remember Leprechaun?
The movie Leprechaun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, teacher Shauna says that Gacy also made friends with Ellie and inserted himself in the case. That way they can find out what's going on. Charlotte said, y'all talk about these documentaries and movies, but I don't know if I want to watch any of them.
Why not?
Yeah, what was the one? Was it The Conjuring? They said it was supposed to be like the scariest movie ever, and it wasn't nothing. Yeah, it wasn't nothing.
Scariest movie ever is The Exorcist. Period.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
I will not watch that movie like right now by myself in the dark. F no.
Yamaha biker said, "Leprechaun, I never looked at Lucky Charms the same."
Right? That dude was wild. Yeah, no, I don't mess around. Shit. No way. Because
Hey,
ghosts
Roger.
Are real. You know, it's like
Right.
watching a movie about like that paranormal stuff.
Mhm.
Just creeps you the hell out.
Yeah. What is it? Ghost Adventures. What you call it, Nim? That's a really good show.
Well, you saw.
I think a lot of it may be fake, but it's still good.
Are you talking about the channels?
No, Ghost Adventures with what is this? Is
you're
Zach
talking about
Bagans?
the TV show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there's actual like YouTube channel guys that have pretty big followings, and 4 of them met up at the Conjuring house, and somebody actually lives at the house, and they all like set up cameras and stuff, and it's all live feed, and some of the shit that they captured there is no joke. Like there's no way you'd catch me going in there in that house. Let's just say that after watching like the weird shit that happened there, and you have like 4 people that are all trying to sit there and blame it on each other that, you know, oh, you made that move or you made that move. So it was kind of cool to see a non-TV show, you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't believe any of the TV shows. I believe they have strings and, you know.
Oh, yeah. That's what it. Ghost Adventures is probably half of its fate, but it's still.
Well, yeah. Well, imagine me and you were watching it and like nothing happened for an hour. We'd be like, what the, you know?
Yeah.
But we got a little off topic. So yeah, still 5 p.m. what Eastern Standard Time to turn it in, or
Idaho time.
It would be Pacific time.
So 8 o'clock.
So it would be let's see, 3 o'clock. No, wait, I'm 2 hours ahead of them. It would be 7 o'clock my time, so 8 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. And then now, like, how does it like? Does she just? How do they present it? Do they? Is it on paper? Is it?
That I don't know. I'm pretty sure it would have to be in a court document, I would think.
Okay, so they're basically, if he has an alibi, they're finishing it up right now. You think, or that? You think they're still? If he's going to provide one, you think they're still?
Still working on it?
Yeah.
Probably. If he's going to provide one, it's going to be probably last minute.
Gotcha. And that's just why I'm leaning towards him not providing one, because why not? Like, why not provide, a week ago or a couple days ago? Why last minute?
Yeah.
If it doesn't help you.
Yeah, it'll probably be some type of court document, or they may just go in. She may talk to. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it would have to be a court document, though. It had to be an official document.
Either a court document or on August the 2nd when it goes to court.
Well, it would have to be. It has to be turned in by tomorrow, though.
Well, yeah, I'm saying they probably wouldn't like either release it or.
Yeah, if they do, I think it would be sealed.
Probably.
Yeah,
more than likely.
I don't think they would let that out to the public.
Yeah. They never let us. They never let us have any good stuff.
So how does that work, though? He'd still be able to explain where he was, or no? Like, would Anne still be able to explain what he was doing at that point in time if he doesn't give an alibi during the trial? Or
I'm sure she would, but we won't know about it.
Well, no, I mean during a trial.
If it would be
like during a trial.
During a trial?
Yeah, she's like, my client was here doing this, but they don't provide an alibi because they can't prove it.
Then they can't bring it up. They wouldn't be able to bring it up in court.
Huh. So they would
now, if he was to provide one, then she could say, well, my client was at this place such and such time. But if he doesn't provide one, then...
Yeah, but even if he was sleeping but can't prove it, he can still, like, can't he just provide an alibi and say I was sleeping but I can't prove it, so she can at least bring it up in court?
I think it would have to be something that could be proven, or, I mean.
Yeah, because I don't see how.
That's a statement, though. I don't understand.
Yeah, but I don't see how he could provide an alibi if he's sleeping.
That's what I mean. So she should be able to bring it up.
unless dude's got a camera in his bedroom with a timestamp and can prove
Right,
that it's authentic and legit, I don't think the sleeping thing would.
And I don't think she'd be able to bring that up in court.
No, it would have to be something. Like I said, she's not going to present anything, any type of alibi that she hasn't already verified herself.
Right.
So
that's why I say I don't think he's going to provide one.
Yeah, I don't think he is either. And now they may fool us.
Now we can all be wrong.
That would be wild.
Yes, we could all be wrong in this whole thing. But I honestly, my opinion, I don't think he's going to provide.
I don't think he is either. And the only reason why I don't think he is, because he is the type that he looks the type that it's like, I know more than you.
Yes.
You got to prove this to be true. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's following the law.
He's a narcissist.
Listen, I'd shut the hell. I'd shut the hell up too if I was him. You know, it's anything he does right now, people are gonna like put under a microscope and use against him. So him not yelling, "I'm not guilty," him not lashing out, doing this, doing that, is just gonna help him in the long run. It's it's gonna make him look like he's this and that right now. But the stupidest thing he could do is open his mouth.
Right.
Like,
he just, I don't know, some of some things that I can see of him, he's just like,
Kelly P, you're fine, honey. It's okay.
You proved this to be true.
I
don't know. He thinks he's smart. He thinks he's smarter than.
I kind of see him that way. And does anybody? Okay, so Libra Moon, I don't use Apple products or have a smartwatch. So does anybody know? Libra Moon wants to know: does smartwatches have a sleep thing on them? Does it show like when you're sleeping or anything like that, like smartwatches? Don't Fitbits show that?
I don't know, but I can get back to you tomorrow because my daughter has a smartwatch, and my son has one.
Okay. Well, the Amazing Tiff said, and Liza both said yes, but I wonder if he has one.
Yeah, I don't know, but if I can get back to you tomorrow on that.
Okay.
Because they both have a smartwatch.
That would be
have Apple Watches.
Because it seems like, they do, but you can turn it off. Oh, okay. Because it seems like Christy from Sweet Misery said that her Fitbit will tell her when she's been sitting too long.
Yeah.
And that she needs to get up and move around or whatever.
Now, I know the Fitbits do, but I didn't know about the Apple Watches.
Google knows.
Did he have one?
I don't know if he had one or not.
I don't know if he does or not. But, I mean, he has an Android, which I believe they do have smartwatches for some of the Androids.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't have one. I don't wear watches, so.
Neither do I. I have my phone.
So let's really like think about what we know so far, just real quick, okay? So the times of where they're pinging him on, where he turned his phone off, are they able to ping him in that region of the area of the home, or no? They can't because they're saying he turned his phone off. Is that correct? And then turned it back on later when he was away from that area?
They said that whenever he left his apartment, he either turned the phone off or put it in airplane mode.
Okay, and then turned it back on when?
I believe right before he got
I think
home.
it was like 4:48 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Turned it back on.
So if I read the PCA right now, just based on the PCA, it would show me that they're pinging him, leaving his residence, and then turning his phone off, and then returning home. Correct?
Wait, now say that again.
So they're pinging him, leaving his house, and then shutting his phone off during the time of the crimes, and then arriving back at his house is when he's pinging again.
Well,
correct?
He shut his phone off for what? 3? Was it 2:45 or 3?
Let me go back. Let me pull up the PCA.
Oh, he shut it off that early.
Yeah, because he left his house Was it 2:48 when he left his house?
Something like that. I can't remember.
So he didn't use his.
But he was spotted in the area at 3:29.
Huh.
All right. So let me.
From what it says.
Hold on, I gotta find it in the PCA.
Because I'm not gonna be honest. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought this dumbass uses GPS because the route. No, seriously, the route he took home isn't like a normal route.
Well, no, because he did a complete U.
Yeah. So I figured,
Because what it was, he was doing that to throw off, to throw it off.
Uh-huh.
Okay, hold on, I gotta find
because
it.
Well, what's he throwing off though? His phone's off. What the hell is he throwing off?
I guess because he turned it back on at 4:48 or something like that.
Yeah, but what does it matter what route he took? I mean, if he went back the same way he went, I mean, his phone was off. They can't.
Because I don't know. I have no clue why he did all that.
His dumbass went like a completely different.
I don't know why he did all that. I don't. Unless he was getting rid of the knife and clothes.
Exactly. I mean, that's what that shows me. If you're going to take a different way home, I'd follow that route with the cadaver dogs and find stuff.
They might have. I don't know.
I hope they did. I'm sure they did.
All right, so it says here, so as part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in those returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to read. Okay, so based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of the investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when the crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime.
And see, that's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they said he went there 11 times in 5 months, which I've been to more places 11 times in 5 months that maybe no. So
I gotta find. Let me find the next.
If they're saying he cased the place and there's no connection or motive, then again, it just doesn't make sense to me. Which brings into what what's her name had said into thinking there was another person involved because he knew exactly when to leave his house. He knew exactly when to leave to shut off his phone, which means he didn't use his phone. Think of this real quick, but you gotta listen to this. So he shut off his phone when he left, which means he didn't have his phone to sit there and track the movements of everybody if he was following them, correct?
Right.
Let's think about this. So that means he left the home at 3, knowing where every single one of those people were heading or headed or where they were, and went straight there without his phone being on. That is crazy.
Yeah.
All right. On November,
he'd be tracking them. Sorry.
No, you're good. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, which is his apartment.
Right.
Let's see. At approximately 2:47, the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of his residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movements of the white Elantra. At 2:47, the phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in the area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or the phone is turned off. The phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48, at which time it utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to Idaho State Highway 95, south of Moscow near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, then traveling west towards Uniontown, then back into Pullman. At 5:30, the phone utilizes resources that provided coverage to Pullman and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence.
So again, during none of that are they pinging him in the location of the house.
No,
because his phone was off.
But see, I don't get the airplane mode because it can be tracked in airplane mode.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah, it can.
Then why didn't they track it?
That's what I don't understand. Why they put.
Nurse Dee Dee, thank you. I knew that somebody had mentioned about the Tesla cameras. And she said SG, which is Mr. Gonzalez, was the one that had mentioned the Tesla cameras. I knew I had heard that from somewhere.
That's not me, right?
I don't know.
Damn
all I know is
it makes your head spin, right?
Yes.
This freaking thing. God.
You know, this case has made me smoke more than I have ever smoked.
Well, here's the problem I'm having, okay?
I go through
here's
a
the
pack
problem,
of
right? Here's
cigarettes
the
a
problem
day.
I'm having. Here's the problem I'm having. Say they had a party or they had a couple people over the night before, right? And I, as whatever I am to the defense, hired me to do whatever. And I go in there and I find somebody's DNA in the house. It was a college kid, right? And I look at that and I figure out that his DNA was in the house, and then I bring him up to what he was doing on Saturday night and say he was a college kid partying on Saturday night. Now I put him in the area, traveling, going to parties, going here, going there, but never putting him in the area of the King Road house again. Same thing with Bryan. You have him traveling, not in the area, traveling again, DNA in the home.
So they have to have something. They must have something.
That's what I'm saying. They have to have, they have to have something stronger. They have to.
They have to.
There's no way. I mean,
because the phone don't make a bit of sense.
This is blowing my mind. The more I think about this,
everybody's over here just popping Cokes open.
Who was that?
That was Betty Jo. I guess that time I was the first one that did it.
Yeah, I opened my Dr. Pepper.
The only thing I'm popping over now is a water, for God's sakes. I'm shot.
I didn't drink a Red Bull tonight.
You did?
Yes, before I went live.
What happened to you last night?
Them Red Bulls ain't good for you.
No, Betty Jo. Last night I sit down to go to schedule the live and something popped up. It was kind of like a minor emergency. And I had to leave right then. I didn't even have time to make a post or anything. And so we had to leave right then. So
that's all right. I fell asleep anyway. I was so tired.
You know what I'm saying though, Scarlett? Like we could literally take a couple people and fit the same like description as what they're putting in that PCA.
Yeah.
Because
that's true.
God, I don't like that. It shouldn't be like that.
No, but I mean, we could sit here and debate it all day long, but we don't know what other evidence.
I mean, we're not really debating it. It's just more of like trying to figure this.
Well, yeah,
I know. Trying to, because
I just call it a debate because we sit here and talk about it and have different opinions.
Kelly P says, what if BK had capability of the app showing where the girls are, like the Find Your Friend? Now, on that, would they have to accept, like if he wanted to do it, would they have to accept it on their end to be able to show their location or something like that?
I don't know.
Leanne. Because, I mean, I hadn't thought of that, but they did put in the documents that there was no connection. Like, he had no connection to the girls.
Yeah, I don't know if you can just have it on your phone and just like maybe put their names in it and it automatically pops up, or if they have to accept. I don't know.
Yeah, I would think they would have to accept that on their end.
because
to show it.
I know on Facebook they used to have Find My Friend because I used to have my son in it and my daughter in it without them knowing it.
Okay,
But
so
then they did away with Find My Friend on Facebook. So now,
well, Nurse Dee Dee says on Snapchat, I believe you have to be friends in order to, I guess, to see where they're at.
well, yeah, your friends on Snapchat because they can like go in and look to see where you're. Because my son's ex-girlfriend used to do that to him.
Oh,
Oh, you're talking to this girl. Oh, you're Snapchatting this girl. Well, why do you care? You're his ex-girlfriend.
right.
Yeah.
You're the one who didn't want to be in a
I have a
relationship.
question, Scarlett. You showed that video earlier, and they clearly said that there was no kind of evidence of any drugs being involved.
Yeah, that's what they said.
So where did everybody spin this narrative of this cartel?
Honestly, I think that whenever it was found out about Xana's mom
Yep.
having drug charges, and then they found out that Maddie's dad and I believe her stepmom had drug charges, that's when the rumors
When they started.
For what? Just like simple possession?
Xana's mom, I believe, has several different drug charges. I don't remember exactly what they were. I believe Maddie's dad, I think he only had one, and I believe his girlfriend only had one, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, that's when that information came out. That's when it really started. That it had to have been something to do with drugs, and that Maddie's parents and Xana's mom, they must have knew each other because they had these charges and like just all of this, and people just ran with it, and there's still people that are running with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can tell you one certain channel that ran with it the biggest, but I won't mention.
Yeah, I watch. That's why I watch them all and try to make sense of it myself. Because nobody's right. Because nobody knows 100%. I can just go by what I try to make common sense out of, and what.
Right.
I don't throw something in there to try to make it sweet just so people agree. I don't give a shit.
Thank you, Liza. So Liza said it was possession and distribution for both of the women. So Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom, it was possession and distribution. But
distribution.
But just because the parents did that doesn't mean that the kids are involved in anything like that.
I didn't say that. I didn't know that. Is all I'm saying. Summer.
Just to look at them in their videos.
Yeah, I just don't believe they were involved.
They don't even look like the type of kid to be on anything or to even sell it. They were just happy-go-lucky students.
Sally Mae, I agree with you on that.
That lost their life for no reason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't care whether he was jealous of them or
hold on one second.
One of them.
The person who is in my chat under you can call me Lumpy. If you are who I think you are, if you make one derogatory remark towards any female in my chat, you will be blocked. I'm just letting you know now.
Oh boy. I knew Larry was coming.
Lumpy Larry is blocked because of the stuff that he was saying to some of the females in my chat. If I find that that's who it is, that account will be blocked too. Trollop, I have no idea what Yik Yak is. I'd never heard of it until those warrants came out.
I never heard of it either. I haven't heard of half of these things that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. I hear about it one time and I'm like, no. Like,
just like the
Bren Kopaka, no. Drugs, no. This guy at the dumpster, no. All this crazy stuff is. Now again, the dude who walks into the footage and then back towards the home and then gets back in the car at 4:23. Yes, I'm looking at, because if I'm a juror and you have somebody showing me that, and I'm supposed to believe this guy did it 100% and nobody else could have possibly done this, and I see that shit, that's a problem. So that's what I
Yeah.
look at, Betty Jo. I look at what a juror is going to look at.
Well, you
and
have
a,
to. You
and
got
have
to
a
look.
problem with, you know.
You got to look at everything.
Yeah, that's I don't look at the bulk, the
I mean,
bullshit though.
if it comes down to it's him, then it's him. If not, then go find the right one.
Exactly. But there'll be instant panic, though. I mean, if it comes, God forbid, it comes back, even a hung jury. I mean, there's going to be panic, instant panic in that town.
Yeah.
Like now. What usually happens have you guys ever seen what happens in that case? Like
a hung juror.
No. Like how the or a not guilty plea when
Well, if it comes
Oh,
back that
if
he's
it's
not guilty, then
they're going to go into panic mode because they're going to start thinking, okay, well, apparently this wasn't the right person.
Yeah.
Y'all haven't found the right person, and it's been all these months, and whoever
Almost
did
a
this
year.
is still running around out here. So,
Yeah.
if it comes back as a not guilty, the town is going to panic.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. Like other cases in the past, when it's come back not guilty, I don't know if there's an immediate panic or what the public does.
Oh, I'm sure there is immediate panic. Like, oh shit, they ain't got the right dude. Now what do we do?
Yeah, I figured they would shut. Oh, but they don't want to shut the university down, so I don't.
Yeah. I mean, if it comes back as not guilty, more than likely a lot of the students will go back home.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you can't blame them.
No, you can't.
I don't know. If I was a student, I'd be scared as shit right now.
You can't blame them, but then again, you can't, like, if it's not him, you can't hold him reliable because it's not him.
Yeah, but damn well, even if he's found not guilty, people are still gonna.
Oh yeah, there's people going to still point the finger at him and all that.
Yeah.
And he might not be safe when he gets out.
Which again, if there's overwhelming evidence, and I 100% agree with that. Just like what's her name, Anthony. I think I think there's.
Oh, wait. Jen with
overwhelming
2 N's said that Yik Yak allows college students to create and view discussion threads within a 5-mile radius.
Yik Yak?
Yeah, that they had a warrant that came back, and it's on the website for Yik Yak, and I never heard of it until this case here. And I remember now somebody talking about that it has something to do with the 5-mile radius that you can.
So did he
discuss
have
stuff with
one?
people. Let me go back to it.
I'm about to download that and talk to these weird Philadelphia people.
It's only like within a 5-mile radius. Like I said, I never heard of it until this case came out. Hold on. I got to go down to the warrant.
What's the point in having one in a 5-mile radius?
Somehow the case.
Okay, so this is for Bryan. Let's see. So it's on the Yik Yak account of Bryan Kohberger with the following identifiers. So there was 3 email addresses or phone number or the IMEI generated on or between June 1st of 2022 to present. And let me see when this warrant was obtained.
So he had one.
Yes. So it was on January 25th. Officer Mowry obtained the search warrant. It was served on the 26th. The 27th, he got the data back. Then an inventory was prepared for all the items received. A copy of the inventory receipt was emailed to, and that is redacted. And then the information received was placed into evidence at the Moscow Police Department.
So did any of the girls or Ethan have one?
There's not a warrant for any of those. It's just there's one Yik Yak account or one Yik Yak warrant, and it's for Bryan.
Oh boy. Well, there's your connection.
Possibility. Because didn't one of their friends say that that's how they would talk to him on Yik Yak?
Backstage. Wait, Willie tell Scarlett backstage.
Do what?
I don't know. Summer was telling Willie something.
Oh.
But anyway, what is it now, Betty Joe? Did one of the parents say what?
I said, didn't one of their friends, one of the girls' friends, or all three of them, like Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie, didn't one of their friends say that's how they would talk to them sometimes on Yik Yak?
I don't know. I don't guess I ever heard that.
It could have been something I've seen somewhere. I don't know. That's possibly not true.
Now I know that they talked a lot, I believe, on Snapchat.
Yeah. That might have been it. I don't even know.
And what is the other one? Oh, it was. I never heard of it until Kylie's case. Is it Visco or VSCO or something like that? It's kind of like Instagram, but there wasn't a search warrant for it though. In this case,
Well, that's just like what has Bryan got? The SoundCloud?
Yeah.
Where he did that rap?
Yes.
Yo, that's the worst rap I've ever heard.
Wait, who did a rap?
Bryan did.
What?
Yeah. It's on SoundCloud.
Oh no.
Yo, it's the worst rap I've ever.
Jesus mighty.
I mean, at least he tried.
Yeah. He was never really a rapper though. That's kind of odd.
I'll give him credit. He tried.
There was only
I don't
like
know
one.
how old he was when he
There was
did
only
it.
like one kid in the school that was like into like being a rapper around those times.
I want everybody to be respectful in my chat, please. If you don't agree with someone, that is fine. But I don't want no arguing going on in chat.
What happened?
Just some nonsense.
It's chaos.
Oh yes, Tyler, Be Real. I forgot about that one too. I'd never heard of that until Kylie's case.
Yeah, Be Real.
Yep, there was that one, and
Yeah,
then the VSCO or Visco or whatever it's called. Those were the two that I'd never heard of until Kylie's case came out.
Yeah,
And
I've
they
never
were
heard
brought
of
up.
Yik Yak until this case.
Yeah, first time I've ever heard of Yik Yak.
And SoundCloud.
Now I've heard of SoundCloud.
I've always heard of Spotify.
Yeah, heard of that one.
Osterus Theory. Who's Tyler Feller?
He's another YouTuber.
Osterus Theory. Oh, what are they arguing about?
Wait, hold on, let me read back chat.
Listen, everybody has theories with this. Nobody's 100% correct.
Nope.
Nobody.
Nobody until trial.
So I just don't understand how people get mad at each other for having different views. I mean, I don't know. Show me who's 100% in the car. You can't. Show me who's 100% in the house. You can't.
Yeah.
It's just what we know so far. So if people, say that, then just say, okay, don't come up with these. Oh, wait till they find this. Wait till they find. Listen, I understand there's more, but right now we can only go with what we know. Like Jesus.
Yeah.
And having the same opinion, it would be boring.
That is true. If everybody had the same opinion about everything, the world would be boring.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody in here is entitled to their own opinions. And even if you don't agree with others, it's agree to disagree.
Exactly. I mean, still get along.
Exactly.
I mean, we're all grown adults.
Yep. Everybody here is welcome. So I want everybody in the chat to be respectful.
The only thing that I have a problem with is when people come out and bash these victims and say they were on drugs and say they were. That's the only thing I have a problem with.
Yeah, I have a huge problem with that because there's no proof of it. And people they are literally trying to paint these girls as something that they have no proof of.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. And it's very disrespectful to the victims. It is very disrespectful to their families. And their families have been through enough, and they don't need to get on social media and see something like that being said.
Nope. I agree with that 100%.
And people are saying about who? The witnesses?
No, the victims.
The victims.
So Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
What are they saying?
Like when they,
just the whole drug thing, or just other stuff that's been said about them.
Like I said, without proof, without like any proof of that, I don't know how.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But a lot of people will push that narrative, and I don't like it. There's absolutely no proof.
And they're only doing it to get clicks and views and make money off of it.
But it's weird though, because facts are better than like.
I agree with that, 100%.
Yep.
But some of your channels out here don't.
Nope, because clicks and views and money and all that is more important than putting out actual facts.
Yeah. But it's also, but again, it goes both ways, Betty Jo. I mean, on the opposite side of that, there's also the channels where it's one narrative only. He's guilty.
Oh yeah, I know.
And you can't say a damn thing.
Oh, I know.
So
that's why I don't go in their chats.
That's right. Oh, I go in there. I love it. I get my practice in there, and then I come here, and it's like,
Well, see, that's why I don't like the drama. One thing, and I don't want the drama in my chat. Yeah. And everybody here is welcome. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion without having to worry about getting bashed or attacked for it. If I agree with you, that's fine. If I don't, then that's fine also. Same thing with me. Not everybody has to agree with me. If you don't want to agree with me, I'm perfectly fine with that. As long as you can be respectful in my chat to everyone else, I'm completely fine with that. Hey, Jeremy. Amen. So, and that's just how I feel about it. The drama, the drama, that's 5th, 6th grade crap. Yep. And the last time I checked, we're all out of high school and grown adults now. So.
Seriously, with some of these, with some of the stuff going on in the community, it seems like it's high school stuff. It's kind of
that's ridiculous. Just like with the Summer Wells case, all the drama that's been brought to that case. I followed that case from day one until all the drama started, and I just said,
I just don't understand how people can have drama on an app, because guess what? I can click uninstall and this goes away, and all this never happened.
Yeah.
So I just don't get, that's how I look at it. I don't understand the whole everybody going at each other and trying to one up each other. It's calm down.
And Brad, I agree 100% with you. Brad says we have no 100% proof of anything other than 4 people that should still be here are gone, and 1 person is in custody and charged with their demise.
Amen.
That's all.
I agree with that. And until we know,
one of the real ones, Kylie Rodney. I mean, people, I know that there's some people who are still talking about it, some channels, if that's what they want to do, that's their business. I'm not, going to tell other channels or that they should or shouldn't do that. There's still things with Kylie's case that I'm working on behind the scenes. I'm just not putting it out to the public. But I mean, if people want to still talk about it and all that, that's their business. It's their channel. They've worked on that channel. They have built their channel the way they wanted to build it. Who am I to say, oh, you're doing it wrong? You shouldn't.
Yeah. And that's another case that's a little crazy.
Yeah. I started that case I think the day after she went missing. And just think, in just a couple of weeks, it'll be a year.
Yep.
Since you
and I don't agree with her mother.
Now listen, don't get mad at me. Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit of a little synopsis of what happened here?
So Kylie Rodney, she was 16. She went to a party one night. This is the Truckee case that we were talking about the other night. And she went. It was it was a senior party, a senior going away party or whatever. And this girl, Sammy Smith, which is the last person who's claiming to have seen Kylie, admitted that she drank with Kylie and went back to Kylie's car with her, had drinks, and Kylie texted her mom and all this and that, saying she asked for an extension on her curfew, and the mom said okay. And that night, nobody sees her leave. And where they had the party at was not very far from some water. Well, she leaves and she goes missing. And from August the 6th to August the 21st, she was missing. And Adventures with Purpose pulled her car out of the water.
Oh shit!
And so the whole case is just, it's weird because this Sammy Smith girl, who was 18 at the time, basically directed the search. She wanted everybody who was at that party the night to come talk to her and talk to her only.
I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, and the police allowed it to happen. She got up there with her microphone and where they had the main search spot set up and was like, I know you were at the party and I saw you there that night and I need you to come talk to me and me only. And parents, if you drop your kids off, you drop them off and you leave, or you can't see your kids and you can't hear what's being said. I mean, like telling the parents this. And they allowed it to happen, like the cops did. And it's just a whole weird case, honestly. And I still have my doubts about that case. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And she's not in jail.
Sammy went on to college and everything else.
Yeah, she's in college.
Damn.
When they had her, what was it?
So
the
who did it?
visual?
They said that it was an accident, that this girl just drove into the water and she drowned.
Well, what was her cause of death?
Drowning, but there was no water in her lungs.
Yep.
There was no water in her stomach.
Nope.
Well, how'd she drown?
Don't know.
I asked medical examiner. But that was, autopsy came out. I read the autopsy on here on one night on Alibi. No water in her lungs, no water in her stomach.
No wonder why a channel's still talking about the damn thing.
Yeah.
I'd still be talking about it too.
Like I said, I'm there's some things that I'm still working on behind the scenes because just, there was a lot of drama with that case too, but her case still needs looking into, but there's other cases that do as well. And really, we can't do a whole lot with it because they deemed it an accident and the case is still open. So you can't do a FOIA request.
See, that part I don't understand.
Going into the water or anything?
No, they couldn't even find her. They had no idea where she was at.
No, nobody could find her. But when Adventures with Purpose came in,
they literally searched the body of water where she was at. The cops searched it. Dive team searched it. Did not find her car. But 30 minutes after Adventures with Purpose was in the water, they found the car.
Yep.
So you think it was put there after? Like you think?
I do. But that's just my opinion.
Well, that would make more sense.
I agree. She was put there after the fact.
This has been such a hard case for me. Honestly, though, I think that this case is still being looked into. And hi, how are you guys? Thank you, Scarlett, for having me.
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
Kelly, have a good night. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I really do think this case is still being looked into, and whether or not it's by law enforcement, whether or not it's by like private parties, I really, really, really do think. I mean, I just like hope to God that like someday a truth comes out, and I really, really hope within.
Well, how are you a parent? I mean, how is somebody a parent and you find out
Lord,
there's no
we
water?
ain't going there with her mother.
You just it's very hard to explain her mom. You would have to look into it with her mom. Her mom is. I'm trying to be nice here. You'll have to look into it.
Regardless of her mother's nature, I'm talking about somebody's child who they're saying drowned, but there's no water in her lungs anyway.
Listen to this though. She wasn't found in the front. Okay, so they're saying that this girl drove her vehicle into the water by accident. Okay. She was not found in the front seat of the car. She had a Honda CRV, which is like a small SUV. She was found in the very back of the SUV, like in the trunk area of the SUV.
Yeah, my sister's got one just like
in the trunk.
In the very where the back door lifts up. Yes, past the back seat in the trunk area.
So that was open.
No, it wasn't open. It wasn't open,
but
where
that's
she
where
was
she
found
was
at.
found.
It's not like an enclosed trunk. It's not like a like where you like open the trunk and it's completely enclosed.
Well, couldn't that be from impact though?
Well, if you go look at it was
without
a
a seatbelt.
It was a 2015 SUV. If you go look at this SUV and you look at the back seats, how far the headrest is from the roof. Okay. When the car goes underwater, it flips upside down. Okay. How would it, and a lot of people think that she was trying to swim back there to get the door open. But think of how disoriented you would be driving into the water. You're panicking. One of the windows are down. Water is rushing in on you.
2 of the windows.
Are you really going to be able to swim back there in a panic to the back door to try to get the back hatch open?
Probably not.
Just think of that, because you literally have to squeeze above. Well, at that point, you're upside down. So between the roof of the car
it's about
and
13 inches from the top, the back headrest to the roof of the car.
it's not a very big spot. And granted,
But,
Kylie was not a
I
very
guess-
big girl, but
But how are they saying that she entered the water? Like she drove? Did she drive in? Go off a bridge? Go off a cliff?
No, it was like a beach type.
Yeah.
She just drove straight in the water.
Straight in the water.
Oh Jesus!
You'll have to look into it.
Yeah, you'll have to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. It just drives right in the water.
A very interesting case that I still.
All I can say is that I feel that it is still being looked into, and I really hope to God that it really is.
I hope so, because I honestly don't think that she drove. When that girl entered the water, I do not think she was breathing. I think she was already gone.
You just told me there was no water in her lungs.
If I can tell you anything, I think there's a lot of people who do not think it was an accident. I think there's a lot of people that think it is a cover-up, and I think there are a lot of people that are looking into that. And that's
I don't think she was alive when
and I hope to God that's true. Like when I was told that
90% of people have to believe that she wasn't alive when she went in the water, correct?
Yeah, because
she had no water in her lungs.
When
People
you're
that's been
drowning,
covering this case don't believe
You're
she
sucking. Listen, when you get to a point underwater, and even if you're holding your breath, and you go to breathe, that water goes right to your lungs.
Yep.
I think that she was already deceased and put in the back of the car, and her car was either pushed into the water, or someone else was driving it and hopped out, or something like that.
Yeah,
I do not believe that Kylie Rodney drove her own car into the water that night.
Absolutely not. They can miss me with that bullshit. If there's no water in her lungs,
I don't
there's
believe
no
it
way.
either.
Would you mind the email that I've used for you before? Is that the same one that you always use for communication?
Yes, the lostsoulstc@gmail.com.
Awesome. I'm going to send you an email later tonight.
Okay, that'll be. Now I may not get back to you tonight, and maybe tomorrow before I get
don't
back
worry
to you.
about it. Just whenever.
Okay. All right. Oh, and Willie also during the time that she's like the next day, so she goes missing on August the 6th. August the 7th, a tow truck driver claims that he saw her and another guy at another place, another little campground thing. Swore up and down it was her. Did an interview with Adventures with Purpose.
Yeah.
Claimed that he pointed out. Well, it was said that he pointed out her boyfriend Jagger was the one being with her. And I even did a live about the dude, the Nick guy, the tow truck driver, whatever. But yeah, claimed that he saw her the next day, and you could tell she had a bad night, and her car had broke down, and all it was that her car wasn't all the way. It wasn't in park, and all that.
Wait, she was seen the next day?
That's what I don't think she was, but that's what the students claimed.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah, that he saw her the next day. This was because the next morning she was supposed to meet some friends at the Starbucks because they were going on a camping trip. And he's claiming that while she's supposed to be at Starbucks meeting up with friends, he sees her and this other guy with her car.
I think that's what's so hard about the case is like there's been multiple local people who have felt like they've either seen her or felt a vehicle that represented her vehicle.
Yeah.
But remember, or one of the ruins, Nick had video footage of it from his tow truck, and then all of a sudden the video footage disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's some weird shit.
Very interesting case.
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm glad I wasn't there. I would have been freaking out.
Yeah, he allegedly told the company and all that, and then it disappears.
There was still just one account. It's like, because there's about 4 or 5 people who think that they may have seen her, but there's still a girl who was like leaving Boca, which is like a very, very close reservoir next to Prosser, the next night.
Yeah, Baca is where Nick, the tow truck driver, was claiming that he saw her.
Exactly. And there was a local who claims they had a very, very weird interaction with. They weren't positive if it was a silver Honda CRV, but it was just a weird enough interaction to the point where they were like, wow, this is kind of weird. And then it wasn't until the next day they found out Kylie was missing. And it was just weird enough to the point to where like they thought about it the next day, and then when the information surfaced that Kylie was missing, they called the tip line multiple times, and no one ever called them back.
The hell?
Yeah.
So
And I don't-
did they ever look into anybody, or they just left it as an accidental?
They just left it as accidental.
Left it as accidental.
So
They never followed up. They never followed up on
I
any
think
tip.
they
what?
questioned, I believe, Sammy. I believe they questioned Jagger. And did Max say she got questioned too?
Wasn't it Mags and then that, what, Kate?
Kate, I think Kate did too.
I can confidently say, though, to the point before she was found by Adventures with Purpose, there were many tips delivered to all the law enforcement multiple times, like some of the same story, and it was never followed up on.
And that damn picture that they had of her at that store before, the same night that she went missing, before she went to the party, the picture was photoshopped.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, you can just look at the picture. The girl that's in the picture, the body is bigger than what Kylie was. To me, it looked like it was Sammy's body, Sammy's clothes. I'm telling you, I don't think that was Kylie.
I believe you. Trust me, I believe you.
I don't believe it. You can just look at the picture until it's been photoshopped, and there's no proof that there was 150 people at the party that night. Like,
I think the hardest thing about this case is like all the hearsay, all whatever anyone has said. It's never been proved.
Right.
And there's never been there's not a single fact about this case that I can.
There's no pictures.
It's true.
There's no pictures of this party. There's no videos of this party. There's no nothing from that night.
And that's what's so hard. Nothing's true. Nothing's
kind of like somebody else, right, Scarlett?
Yeah.
And you know yourself, if you're a teenager and you're at a party, you're going to take out your phone. You're going to take pictures. You're going to take videos. You're going to have something that you were at this party.
It's a good way to make something go away.
Well, do y'all remember all the pictures that I showed of all the other parties that they had? For those that was in here in the chat during the time I was covering Kylie Rodney's case, there was pictures where they had set up a bar and was charging for alcohol drinks. There was pictures of all these different parties, whether it was out at the sanctuary, whether it was at other kids' houses.
Hey, Scarlett, do you remember the picture of the 2 kids fighting and one of them had red hair? The boy with red hair fighting at the party?
I remember a picture and a video of them fighting.
It was the main one that was published to all the news stations. And I was actually able to track down and contact that guy. Who was, like I said, broadcasted in the fight. And I was talking to him about the party, and he's like, yeah, I was broadcasted fighting some other guy. And I was like, well, did you ever see Kylie there? And he's like, no, I never saw her there. At no point in the night did I ever see her there. And he, that clip was the one that was broadcasted on NBC, MSNBC, Sacramento, everywhere.
Yeah, the whole damn case. That's Willie, crazy. You'll have to look into it. The whole case.
So do you think that they just don't want to do the work, or what?
The sheriff's department up there, it's kind of like Moscow.
I think it's crazy.
I think
weird.
So they wanted to go away then.
Well, see, because Truckee is a huge it's a tourist town. They have a lot of high influential people who have vacation homes there. They get a lot of people who come in for the winter and all that because of all the snow slopes and all that. you would have to read into Truckee too. It's a very, Sally may say, an occult town. That's
Which one?
Truckee, California.
Oh, that also
It
has
is.
a.
And I think what like the hardest thing about it, it's like it used to be a very wholesome town, and then with COVID, like so many other small towns across the United States,
I thought she was
grew
talking
and
about
it grew and
the.
it grew
I thought
and
she
it
was talking about the church in Moscow.
Oh no,
Oh, did I say that? Sorry.
Truckee is you would I'll send you some links on Twitter that you can look into it. Yeah, I was saying the Truckee Way. I wish I still had that. I don't have it though. But
I think I have it in my documents.
It's a you'll just have to look into it. I'll send you some links.
But then what's kind of wild about the Truckee Way, it's like many locals that I have interviewed have like never even heard that. They've never even been. And it's like the shift that has happened in trucking in the last like 5 years it's been very new. It's been
So they said that there was a camera that saw her car going in the water.
It was a fire cam, like because they have all the wildfires or whatever that come through there, so they have cameras that are way up on towers, and they're fire watch cameras.
Okay.
And anytime they detect smoke or whatever, it does an alert or whatever. And they're claiming that night that camera caught her car going into the water. And I just that camera's a little suspect to me also, honestly.
And I just have to say, it's like the hardest. Like I have never heard a concrete
That's crazy
alibi about her being at the party, aside from people who were active within the scene.
Yeah, there's absolutely no proof of anything in that case.
I just don't know how anybody could take it at face value.
I've talked to people who've been at that party, and they said I didn't see Kylie. Like I've heard this, I've heard that, but I never saw her.
What? That's weird.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know how they. I hope they reopen this or whatever they have to do. I hope there's a detective that actually has some cojones and wants to.
Yeah. There's not.
All I can say is I hope, from what I've collected, is that the case is still open.
I hope so.
Still looking into
I
it.
think it's probably still open. I don't think they're going to close it anytime soon, because then somebody can send in a FOIA request, and as long as it's open, they can't send anything back on those requests.
Yep. On my best guess, and this is just strictly off how everything works, I think if anything is ever going to be released, it would probably be released after 1 year of the anniversary of her passing or her finding.
Yeah, where's this video of her going in the water?
At that point, when it's been a year, they can finally claim all the files as confidential.
Where's the video?
You will have to. You can probably Google it and find it.
Oh, so there's actually a video?
Well, I don't think.
I know Gray Hughes has it on his channel, I believe.
I'll find it elsewhere. I'll find it.
Harlot says that she has the video. You can probably get it from her, or you can probably.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm gonna
There's.
email you, Harlot.
I know there's a few channels that have it, because when it started happening, I was on Allegedly with Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I watched it.
Okay, and Willie Troll said to let you know that he'll send you some information on the case.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
He's got everything I have on the case. If it's not on my live, it's in 20 different notebooks that are put up right now. I've got some Kylie Rodney notebooks for real.
Scarlett,
wait a second. If there's a video of her car going in the water, then what's the issue?
That it's not true. That it's a fake video. Yeah, you'll find out.
You'll see, because this.
You have to watch it.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it to understand what we're saying, because I don't believe the video. I really don't.
Wow. That's just weird then.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What I'll do is I'll give you more information. Like I said, I'll get it. Troll has a lot of stuff that I can send to you, and then I'll give you some more information on Twitter about it, because there's a lot of information.
Hey, Scarlett.
Do
you have a option for like a voice something so I don't have to type everything out?
No. Anything that? What do you mean?
Just for like information and everything. If I didn't want to type everything out. Like
No.
okay. I'll work on an email and send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry about sending it tonight if you don't feel like it.
No, it's okay.
Tomorrow,
Take your
because
time.
I probably won't get back to you until tomorrow anyway.
Take your time.
Yeah, if you wanna send it tomorrow, that's fine. Or on Twitter, if you want to just send me multiple messages on Twitter, that's fine too.
I'll email you. I just hate typing.
Okay.
That's my thing. I'm like, I would so much rather talk, and every time I have to
Yeah,
type.
no, I get what you're saying.
Are you gonna stream tomorrow?
If I don't have to type, I don't want to. But no worries.
What is it, Willie?
I say you're gonna stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right, you better.
I better.
Especially if he comes out with an alibi.
He
Wait a
said you
minute.
better.
I better.
Yes.
You can't tell her she better. This is
Why
her
not?
channel.
He ain't been around here very long, has a Goody Joe.
I can say you better.
Now I'll be here. I'm going to be stalking the website tomorrow, the Idaho website.
I kind of figured she'd be doing that.
Well, you said that you couldn't access it today, right?
Yesterday I couldn't, but last night I could, and then today I couldn't, and I haven't tried.
Now, is that because of traffic or what?
That's what I'm thinking. Is
so many people trying to get on it.
Yeah, see, it's still telling me service unavailable, and then it says that I can go on the Wayback Machine and pull it up, and that's how I've been doing it.
What the hell is a Wayback Machine?
It's basically an archive of the website.
Oh,
so that's what I've been using.
I was somewhere.
And so I don't know if they're doing maintenance on the website or what they're doing. What is it?
I'm gonna hop down, but thank you so much for having me tonight.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up. And like
Have
I
a
said,
good
if you
night.
don't feel like doing the email tonight, that's fine. You're more than welcome to send it to me tomorrow or Twitter or however you want to do it.
Perfect. No, I have my notes. I will
Okay.
send it on your email. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. Have a good night.
Yeah, of course. You guys have a good night.
All
Bye.
right, thank you. I'm probably just gonna get out of here myself in just a minute.
What'd
But
you say?
yeah, I said I'm probably just gonna get out of here in just a second myself. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow night. Because I'm sure there will be. Hopefully, something will come up in the documents tomorrow, or something will be on Twitter or something tomorrow.
Well, so if he doesn't come out with an alibi, will she still provide something, or no? They just come forward.
Probably won't be nothing.
Probably won't, yeah, there won't be anything.
So just nothing happens.
Right.
Okay.
And I was laughing at my granddaughter because she's swinging in her sleep.
Oh.
Is she sleeping?
Yeah. She's been asleep. She's been asleep for about 2 hours.
I was gonna say it's a little late.
Oh, she's a little party thing.
Are you kidding? This child will stay up. If
She sits up all night with us.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Nah, see.
She's up till I go to sleep. This time she
9,
must
10
be
o'clock,
real-
my daughter knows it's lights out.
Well, she's only 3. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I let her stay up. Now, when she starts
Yeah,
to
when
go
they're
to
younger.
school, no, you're gonna go to bed at.
That's why.
Oh yeah, Troll just reminded me. I have all my Venmo, or not my Venmo payments. I have all my screenshots of all the Venmo payments of the drug stuff that was going on in the Kylie Rodney case too.
Oh
boy.
I have protected those Venmo screenshots. I can tell you. I've got them suckers put in
I don't
about
blame
4 different places. So if something happens, I always have them, no matter what.
Right. I don't
So
blame
wait,
you.
So there's a video of this happening, and there's people that are saying that something else happened. But
Yeah.
my ass is looking at this PCA, and they don't even have him in the damn house, let alone a video of him of something happening. So this is crazy. I don't think having an opposite opinion on this case is a big deal at all. Because again, I'm looking at other cases, Casey Anthony, that one, Routier. Like I'm looking at all these and comparing it to this one, and I don't see like why people are so outraged of like other people who think that he might not have done it.
Oh, you wait till you see the Collie Rodney case.
That's what. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, if people have already gone through this and have seen, you know, I don't know. It's weird that there's a video and the video is not.
It's crazy.
You'll see once you get to reading into it. You'll see it's the first.
How old was she?
She was 16.
She was 16.
Jesus.
And I'm not sure. Did somebody say she didn't have a driver's license, or she had a driver's license?
No, she had a license.
It was her car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Was it her grandfather that gave it that car?
Her grandfather had bought it for her.
Yeah.
And Harlot said they just drug it out of the water.
Yeah,
or something?
I did a live. I was streaming it as they were pulling it out of the water. August the 21st is when they pulled it out of the water. There was some news people that was across the lake from where they pulled the car out that was streaming it, and I streamed it off of that. Streamed the whole thing that afternoon when they pulled it out.
It's crazy.
And I was thinking that was also the same night, August the 21st, that Bryan got stopped in Moscow after they said he left the girl's house or the area of the girl's house.
Was it?
Yep. That was my first. Yeah, Christy, that is right. That's when you first come into chat. Hey, Mikey, how are you?
So teacher said something about the Wi-Fi. So yeah, that's my question. If you're driving on a road, like I wonder if they should come out with some kind of technology that can do this. Like if you're driving past houses and you're picking up their Wi-Fi, they should be able to go back and see.
A lot of your Wi-Fi is password protected.
Yeah, no.
But from what Kaylee's father has said, that theirs wasn't password protected.
But you still have to click onto it to connect to it. It's not like an open. It's not like an open. What's it called?
As soon as you go by it, or even right there in front of it, you're going to connect to it.
Why would your phone connect to an unknown Wi-Fi? My phone has never ever done that. Ever.
I don't go nowhere, so I don't know.
Like here, like there's like in this complex, there's a.
See, I don't know. There's
Wi-Fi, but you have to like click on it and then connect to it, and then it's there's no password, but you still have to click on the actual Wi-Fi to get. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe he clicked on it. I don't know.
Kind of like when you walk into Walmart, like your phone doesn't automatically connect to the Walmart Wi-Fi. You have to click on the Walmart Wi-Fi.
Well,
McDonald's as well. You know what I mean?
I work there.
Yeah, you have to see, like, if I go to any dollar store, mine will pop up like you're connected to the customer Wi-Fi, but I have to physically go into my Wi-Fi page and hit connect.
Now, see, when I worked at Walmart, when you first add it to your phone, like when you first click it, after that, I didn't have to do that. I would just automatically.
That's what I mean. If he logged into their Wi-Fi before, then it would have automatically connected, and then he's screwed.
That's what I'm saying. Did he, and not know it? Like he clicked on it, or?
Well, no. I'm thinking maybe he was there, before, and nobody really noticed he was there and connected to their Wi-Fi, and then when he drove.
I don't know.
When he went back in, it just automatically. Well, no, it couldn't have because his phone was off. Jeez. So wait, how could he say that his?
I think this was another night. Another night that he was in the area.
Like the 12 times that he was in the area, and one of the 12 times it just clicked on it.
Okay, I thought.
So I don't know.
Okay, so Brad said Willie and LSTC, the devices handshake when in range of each other without clicking on anything. So basically, like for me, when I pull it to the dollar store, it automatically pulls it up on my phone saying that there's a Wi-Fi there, but I have to go in and click on it. So it could just might have just popped up on his phone saying that there's a Wi-Fi available in that area.
Whether he clicked on it
or not. Right.
Yeah.
But I
but
wish
now if they're saying his phone was off.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do it that night. Right.
Yeah,
but I wish that Mr. Gonzalez would have spoke a little bit more on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, because I'm sitting here like trying to figure out like, wait, his phone was off, so it doesn't make sense.
Not that night. It had to been.
Yeah, it was one of the other 12 times
Gotcha.
that he was in the area.
because again, I'm still trying to put him in the house. Like I'm still trying to like get him in the house.
Yeah.
I mean, again, yes, I understand that the touch DNA on a sheath, but I believe that the touch DNA was on the button before that sheath even entered the home. I'm trying to put him in the home.
That's a possibility that it was.
Well, I just, again, just common sense would be like, yeah, obviously it was because there was none of his DNA on the leather, which means he obviously wore gloves during the act of it, or else there'd be more DNA on that sheath, in my opinion. But
that's why I can't wait for this trial to start so we can hear all the
because
facts.
it's always what if?
Yeah.
What if it was this or what if it was that? You know.
Yeah, it is true. All right, y'all. I'm about to end it for tonight.
All right.
It's showing that we have 315 people still in here with only 224 likes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, could y'all do so?
Please.
Yep. I got you.
Willie, you haven't hit the thumbs up?
I already hit it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do mine every time I come in.
I had to double check.
Okay.
All right, y'all. So you guys have a good night.
All right. You have a good night. Thank you for
See you
coming
guys tomorrow.
up.
Good night,
Yep,
Willie.
I will be back tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here too.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
No problem.
I hope you have a wonderful night as well.
I will. You too. And see you tomorrow.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, hold on, y'all. 1 second. I'm going to check one thing real quick before I end it. All right, y'all. We are at 4,994 subs. So literally 6 more subs until we hit the 5,000 mark. That is awesome. All of you guys are awesome. I can't thank you enough for all of your support, being here in the chat, hitting a thumbs up, and all that. Callie, you are very welcome, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. So I'm going to get out of here. I will be back tomorrow or tomorrow night, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. I love you all. Y'all be safe, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.